looking for 24-14. 28 pounds and an ounce, 28-1. And Matt Robertson is leading the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes with 28 pounds and an ounce. Yeah! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Welcome to Bassmaster Live. This is day 2 of our AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at the storied Santee Cooper Lakes. It was billed well in advance as a big bass tournament. That's certainly been the case after the first day of fishing. Got our full field of 104 out there fishing, and man, they're going to fish for a whole nother day and then try to make the cut into the top 50. And Mark Zona, I tell you what, I do know one thing. We're going to see a big bass or two on our screens today on Bassmaster Live. Beyond that, I really don't know what we're going to be seeing.
You know, one of the things, Tommy, we've got a couple rookies on the Bassmaster Elite Series that we're going to see on live today, but really the story is going to be little Matty Robertson. And Tommy, I think it's fair to say, when we covered Mike Iaconelli early in his career, you either really loved Mike Iaconelli or you really did not, if you're a fan of professional bass fishing. Matt really does have the same thing going on right now in the professional bass fishing industry. And you don't know day to day on Bassmaster Live what Matt Robertson is going to show up for us. Okay, we got to see that last year. We got to see it last week. And here's the best way to put it. That dude is a straight up hammer. And it's not an if Matt Robertson's going to win a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament. It's more of a when. So all the gentlemen on the bass fishing forums, their head could explode this coming Sunday. That's the best way to put it.
All right. Well, that's certainly one of the possibilities we'll be looking forward to. Welcome to everybody. Welcome. We're here in the studio here, our headquarters at the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders, Ronnie Moore, and Mike Sutsukon. That, of course, was the great Mark Zona. And I tell you what, Ronnie, today, a different story. I think we're going to see everything repopulated, and everyone who's below that 50 mark has a shot, possibly.
It definitely feels like this is going to be a flip-flop event. We had 15 anglers over 20 pounds on day 1, yet only 72 limits. The cut weight was around 14 pounds. There's so much volatility, but those big bags at the top kind of distance themselves big time. Matt Robertson over doubling the cut line. So we'll see who fluctuates where they go. But yeah, after day 1, he set the bar pretty high, but we should expect to see some familiar or new faces tomorrow.
Such top heavy leaderboard. What else with regard to weights and such?
Well, we're very similar to day 1 last year. They caught a little bit more as 3.4 average yesterday, 72 limits. Last year, 74 limits and 3.7 average.
All right. Well, Mark Zona, back to you. Gonna ask you, we're gonna go over and under here. We've been advised to go over and under here. Matt Robertson, is he gonna make 20 pounds or more here on day number 2? Unlike his the contrast between 1 and 2 last week at Lake Murray.
He was strangely, Tommy, all business last night. And he said this one and what he has found down in Moultrie that we'll see later this morning, I'm going to go absolutely Matt Robertson goes over today.
All right. Part 2 of our over and under. Will anyone get over 26 pounds today?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Any more?
Over
both
on
those
both
questions
of those.
to you.
Over on both of those.
Over
yes.
on both. Over 20 and over 26.
Yeah, the Matt Robertson on-'em switch is going to stay on today. He's not going to turn it off like in the last couple of events.
All right. Well, we have got the speculation going full speed here as always, but now it's time to get closer and closer to getting out on that lake. And let's take a look, Mark Zona, at our Unlock the Lake, our playing field, the incredible Santee Cooper Lakes.
Exactly right. Tommy Sanders looking at your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake. Santee Cooper Lakes, Lake Marion, Lake Moultrie, looking at about 110,000 acres on Marion, 60,000 ballpark on Moultrie. And the great thing is every tournament, pretty much the last couple of years, we have lived on Lake Marion. That is not going to be the case today. We're definitely going to have a couple cameras down in Moultrie. And the one thing that we talked about yesterday is, by the way, that is not Lake Murray.
No,
it says that down in the lower left-hand corner. We are on Santee Cooper Lakes. The one thing that has been cracked, the code that has been cracked, a couple of our leaders have figured out the bite in the Eelgrass. So keep your eye on that.
All right, let's take a look at what we saw yesterday. We were in the boat all day, of course, with our Progressive Angler of the Year points leader, Brandon Cobb, and he kind of had a feel for what was going on out there, as he always does in this state.
Yeah, interestingly enough, he was concentrating on cypress trees, basically Santee Cooper 101, and that's what we got to see with Steve Kennedy later in the day down in Moultrie, starting out on a shad spawn. And really, if you looked at all the guys that we covered yesterday that solely focused on sight fishing, Drew Cook, as always, rising up the leaderboard throughout the day. It was not very clean. It was not very consistent, getting the job done. And really, Brandon Polinick doing something a lot different from everybody else we had on camera. Brush piles in 5 to 15 feet of water. Again, not a lot of quantity, but the quality was there for Polinick.
Well, regardless of what you saw all day on Bassmaster Live, all cameras were focused on the weigh-in because always at Santee Cooper, you see some giants coming across the leaderboard. Palmer there with a good one. Daryl Gleason, his best tournament start ever.
Yeah, you know, and really, when we kind of clicked off Bassmaster Live on day number 1, I really think the weights were a little bit better across the board. Granted, we knew this was going to be a top-heavy event. It usually is every time we come to Santee Cooper Lakes, but for as tough as this body of water was on day number 1, pretty darn good weights down to 50th place.
All sorts of elite veterans. We got rookies overperforming out here today. Anglers have been out here 2 or 3 years. It didn't matter. I mean, just who did you and what did you run into on that day? How about this rookie right here? Kyle Norsetter.
Yeah, taking a look at
tremendous job.
Kyle Norsetter having a big day yesterday. There's an angler that needs to catch him. Paul Mueller, really his Elite Series card a little bit in jeopardy after the last couple years. Looking at rookie Bryant Smith, a lot of accolades coming to the Elite Series, but the big bag, Matt Robertson from Kentucky, 28 pounds and 1 ounce.
Well, that's seen a little earlier today. They took off about an hour ago, a little more than an hour ago, from the John C. Land Fishing Facility here in Clarendon County, South Carolina. Much more rural, beautiful part of the country. Last week we were in more of an urban place. Kyle Welcher, one of the guys we'll be in the boat with all day long. Again, 104 anglers getting 8 hours to make their case for fishing on the weekend. That's the way it always is on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Now let's take a look out on the lake. Earlier today, let's take a look at what happened with Matt Robertson.
Yeah, man, day 2 and fixing to get it going. Super excited. Gonna run, I think it's a little shad spawn pattern early. Maybe try to catch some on a big swim bait, spinner bait, maybe a wacky rig for the first hour. And yeah, then we're gonna go get in that eelgrass and we're gonna live or die with the big swim bait in the topwater, man. That's one thing I can say is we are fishing for the bigger bites this week, and man, I'm telling you, I'm fishing how I like to fish, catching post spawners, and yeah, dude, I love catching them how I'm catching them, and I feel good about this week. We can win this one.
Feeling good, hoping that we can go out and get our limit early by 10 o'clock, you know, get a few bites, big bites, and just keep rolling with what we got. I think we have a good pattern going, an actual pattern that we can relate to stuff and keep stuff moving. You know, we got other areas we didn't touch that has brush in it, but we'll see what happens. I didn't catch much weight off of them, but that's just a fallback plan. You know, a few brush piles here and there off of a couple points, but we're mainly just going to stay focused and stick to the grass and see what happens. We should have clouds all day, and today should. I mean, I got a good feeling about it. Should be a great day, but again, it's fishing. They should be reloading, and we're just going to take it from there and give her all we got. That's about all we can do.
Kyle Norsetter, the rookie from Cottage Grove, Wisconsin, had sort of a rookie start to the season, typical rookie start, but boy, he has set the world on fire, almost 25 pounds yesterday.
Yeah, the honest pressure, though, I mean, with how good these rookies have been lately, like, this is normal. Like, we rush some rookies. They have to get off to a quick start. And, you know, you got 2 years, but he's finally getting in the comfort zone here, Z.
This was moments ago with Matt Robertson.
Big one. Come on, baby. baby, at least. Oh, I'm getting paid. We ain't letting up this week, baby. Can't believe how loose my drag slipped whenever I set the hook. I was like, oh my God, that's not good. That will not happen again. No drag slipping. No drag slipping day.
Good one right there for Matt Robertson. Kind of a bonus fish, concentrating on Lake Marion early in the morning on a little bit of shad spawn, outer cypress trees, but his main gig down in Moultrie as we get further in the morning. And this one right here with Paul Mueller moments ago.
Yeah, I don't like that. I didn't get a good hook in a minute. Don't do that. That's a star anyway. It's not a big one, but we got to get small goals today. He's actually hooked better than I thought. Not a bad one, but we got to get bigger. I'm gonna pull up off of this flat here. So I'm gonna be fishing this side, so you're good where you're at. You can just follow me in. I'm gonna run this contour, and hopefully they bite like that. That was good. First throw. Hey, your timing is good.
Paul Mueller, a guy who is all or nothing in so many different levels here. When he is on,
yes,
he is something else. When he is not on, he does not show up, but he has showed up big time day one.
No, definitely needs to. And we're going to get to Kyle Norsetter, who, like Matt Robertson, has found a bite in the eelgrass. We actually opened up with that on Bassmaster Live yesterday. All of his work yesterday done with a spinner bait that he has been customizing every night before this event.
Oh yeah, coming in the bag. Yes, there's like 8 more with it. Literally 8 more with it. Seeing them on live scope.
Tommy, I made this comment yesterday watching Kyle Norsetter right here of our Wisconsin anglers. Caleb Kufall, Pat Schlopper, they do not watch football. Get ready for this. Kyle Norsetter hates watching football as well.
How does he?
I'm not kidding.
How does he maintain citizenship in Wisconsin?
The only attitude? Wisconsin angler that we cover that likes football is Jay Shakurit. The other ones, not at all.
How about that?
5:15. Was kind of worried for a second. Got to be patient. Beautiful fish. Got to get back in. There's more with it.
At least their life was unaffected by the news that happened the other day then. You know, they're not high and low on that. They're unchanged. They didn't even know what happened.
Surprisingly, Ronnie, Kyle Norsetter I don't think he even knew that Aaron Rodgers wasn't there.
You're saying Coach Lombardi's still not the Packers coach?
No, but very, very cool what Norsetter's doing. He's fishing in the Rocks Pond area, throwing that spinner bait. He said he felt in that eelgrass that the cloud cover definitely has helped him, where so many of the anglers and the other competitors around him concentrating on the cypress trees, and he felt that the clouds kind of let those fish roam a lot more on those flats compared to when it gets sunny and they start to set up on the cypress trees. He said he is absolutely welcoming the cloud cover this morning.
See also in our 4-box, Bryant Smith, the rookie from California, doing a great job this season, having a good start to his season. Kyle Welcher, his 4th year out here. And Mark Menendez, who's been fishing with the Bassmaster since 1991, owns a couple of Elite Series victories.
That's what we want to see.
Yeah, and Mark Menendez, really one of the only anglers that made the upper end of Marion from the 95 bridge north happen yesterday. Did not get a lot of bites, but
these trees this morning. This could get ugly.
2 key bites on those trees yesterday morning. One on a cutter worm and one on a 4.0 square bill crankbait.
Back out to Norsetter.
Oh, there's another one. See him sitting right there?
Talk about that fish you just caught.
Yeah, so basically we're fishing this single patch of eelgrass that I caught a 5.5 yesterday, and then there was like 4 with it, and ended up watching them on live scope again. I have no clue why they're relating to this one piece out of all the stuff that's over here. And there's another fish in front of it. That was a good fish, over 5 pounds, and we just got bit again and lost it. Just trying to see if these fish will reset up. There was probably 4 of them with it, so if we can just be patient for a couple minutes. 2 bites off the same piece, I think that we might be able to come up with another one. Worries me a little bit that that one just came off. I haven't lost a single fish. Do I need to put a trailer hook on today or make an adjustment? I hope not. That's a big mark in front of us. Oh, what is that? Look at that. Come on. Oh, yeah. Turn around.
Spinnerbaiting eelgrass on forward-facing sonar, something we haven't seen yet on the Elite Series. Kyle Norsetter's cut his teeth on the Madison chain in Wisconsin.
TH Marine Weather Watch, you can see it warmer today, high of 82 degrees all the way up there, just 61 tonight. But cloudy, winds definitely expected to be more persistent than yesterday, going up to 10 to 15.
Aerator on auto.
Tomorrow, even warmer.
Yeah. And warmer tomorrow, and it'd be interesting to see. There was really looking at the pictures from the weigh-in yesterday. I think I only counted 8 to 10 bass that looked to be pre-spawn. I'm 95% of the fish that were being held up very, very post-spawn. But the X factor, at least in our TH Marine weather, is going to be on Championship Sunday. We've got thunderstorms coming in with some massive, massive wind. And if you've ever been to Santee Cooper Lakes, you know you get that much wind, very hard to get around. That's your TH Marine Weather Watch.
Kyle Norsetter, we got to talk to him last fall before the final Open of the year at Sam Rayburn for him, where he qualified in the Central Opens, and he had already said, Tommy, I'm if I make it going into the final day of the season, if I do move up and make the Elite Series, that's awesome. If not, I already have preps and plans made to fish all 9 this year. So he was already well invested to try to make it happen. He's a small business owner back in Wisconsin that's got all his ducks in a row to be able to try to get it done in 2 or 3 years on the Elites.
Exactly, Ronnie. He owns a composite deck company and said last night, he said, nah, I'm pretty much my own sponsor out here. I was like, you're a smart dude.
Yeah, absolutely. Al Norsetter definitely all in and coming into his own here at this 4th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. It was a great day yesterday, and what a good start for today. And like many of our guys, a lot of guys saying we're seeing them. We're seeing big ones. It's getting them to bite that has been problematic for a good many of our players today. Maybe they figured something out yesterday. Matt Robertson, though, he seems to have the big ones figured out. He struck again with Giant early this morning. Norsetter on the board. Paul Mueller got a good solid one in the boat. We have our number 2 in points. Carl Jochimson in our top 10 right now. Ray Hanselman, Bryant Smith, Cobb, Palaniuk, Strassner, and Zaldane. Just getting started. Day number 2, full field.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Dude, I'm just a old boy, old working boy from Kentucky, you know, Western Kentucky. Just a pressure wash. Welcome to my kingdom. Are you on them? I'm here to win me some blue trophies, dude. Been fishing all my life, been working towards the Elite Series all my life, and man, I'm gonna tell you, it was a long, hard road getting here. I mean, I'm still living in a trailer park right now, guys. Man, we're here to take home some blue trophies and win a classic trophy.
Man of the people with a regal bearing. That is quite a combination. That is our leader, Matt Robertson, out there today. Hey, back at it, catching big ones, 2nd day in a row.
No doubt. Tommy, I can't stress this enough. When he does win one of those trophies, the bass fishing forums are going to absolutely implode. But again, you cannot stress this enough. That dude is for real, and we have seen the best out of Matt Robertson. We have definitely seen the worst out of Matt Robertson. But a tournament like this, absolutely setting up in his wheelhouse. Again, he was all business last night. Very, very good, obviously, with big baits. And he said, I think I have cracked the code on that eelgrass down in Lake Moultrie. So it'll be interesting to watch the progression of his day. The reason why I say that, Tommy, he said, I could absolutely fish behind other competitors yesterday. So look for Matt Robertson to kind of dial in Moultrie even more today.
Wow. We'll be in the boat with him all day long.
Chased a worm out of there. There's a lot of them out here, and all of a sudden you get one to bite it, and it's the real deal, big greenie.
Good tournament at Lake Seminole for the veteran Mark Menendez already this year.
Still tickles me. Oh, there was my bite. That was my bite. Dadgummit. That was a bass bite right there. That was my bass bite right there. It said tick. It might have been another striper too, who knows. Got my goods though.
On the point sometimes, catch them going down lines sometimes, but I was able to kind of narrow it down a little bit by getting in these little drains, and that's where I had been targeting. And then obviously the super isolated ones, the ones that are just out off by themselves in the middle of nowhere. You know, these fish, those are like magnets. It's easier to target them. You know, you want to make something like this smaller. it can be overwhelming with all the targets you got. So you got to make it smaller somehow. So either the contour of the bottom's going to dictate where these fish are, or how isolated that tree is. That's how I caught them yesterday. In the drains and those isolated ones. So we're in a little pocket here. Spend a few more minutes over here and see if we can actually get bit where we got bit in practice.
That was Bryant Smith in the lower left corner there of your 4-box. First look at the angler from Roseville in north central California. I think a Folsom Lake type area.
Cal Delta, yeah.
Cal
those
Delta,
are the two
sure. Clear Lake,
tournament
probably
venues,
plenty
yeah.
of time spent in all those places.
Lives about 90 minutes from Clear Lake. And when he qualified for the Elite Series, I actually talked about this the first event of the season. He talked to a lot of West Coast fishermen. Bryant Smith is the real deal. And dissecting day number 1 for Bryant Smith, he's only been here one time, just really came here learning how to run Santee Cooper Lakes, and felt like he got a little bit lucky yesterday. He got bit on 4 consecutive trees, and he said, I'm not sure I can do that again, but had a decent practice, where so many anglers told us before this event this was the worst practice of their career.
Wow.
Yeah, Smith had a couple of late catches, a 6 and a 5 after 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon to build his bag. A couple other guys who were late catchers. Luke Palmer just caught a 5-10, and Josh Strasner, who had a big fish late, just caught a 5-pounder. He's up in 3rd place.
I asked Bryant Smith yesterday, what have you learned so far, only 3 tournaments into your Elite Series career? And he said, I learned I can compete now. What he did at Murray last week, a 12th place finish. He said, I know I can hang with these guys now, where it was a little bit shaky before that tournament.
I made the cut at Seminole, missed it at Okeechobee, but to 12th place last week, top 12 at Murray. That's great work for a rookie, for anybody.
Yeah.
And for a guy like Kyle Norsetter, another rookie that we'll have on camera today all day, that 5-pounder this morning should put him in the unofficial cut for tomorrow. It'll be his first cut on the Elite Series. Be able to get that out of the way, 14 a day, double that, around 29, possibly. And hitting that mark this morning is probably another good one for Kyle, and he'll probably settle in a little more knowing he got his first paycheck.
I asked the same question. Tommy, you'll love this. I asked Kyle Norsetter, I said, Matt Robertson, big one. How about that? Is a big one, Tommy.
God almighty.
They got him there.
You ain't never felt a bite like that, son. Uh-oh. EMG, buddy. Well, we're good on the ugly stick part. Got your catfish.
So, as we see Robertson fighting a good catfish on a swim bait, don't see that every single day. I asked Kyle Norsetter, I said, what have you learned on the Elite Series so far early this season? Not trust anybody. I said,
He said it out loud,
jokingly. He said it out loud, and I said, hey, dude, might want to stick to those guns right there.
That may be the most foolproof plan.
No specifics, though, huh?
We don't want to hear them. Right?
Maybe there could have been some specifics, but we're not going there.
No, we don't want to hear them now.
It's always refreshing when you hear someone say the quiet thing loud. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, that's understandable.
I like it. Came down and pulled a 3rd place at Rayburn to make it to the Elite Series this year. That is strong. Huge field.
Yeah, and I believe our friend of the program, James Nigmeyer, would have requalified for the Elite Series if Norsetter had stayed at 9th or 10th, but he had to move up past 8th or something like that. And he ended up jumping up that morning, caught a 5 and a 4 on live, and we were like, this is the makings of a day, and no one else really caught him, and so he stayed in the top 3 and got himself a trophy on the way out too. him and Logan Latuso both solidified their qualification in the Centrals that final day at Rayburn.
And a good tournament at the Red River as well, which you can kind of understand that for a Wisconsin angler. A very similar look to like the Mississippi, northern part of the Mississippi River.
By far, if you split the state, you probably have half the state as grungy largemouth anglers in Wisconsin and half are probably smallmouth anglers. North Setter definitely falls on the largemouth side and the river rat side of it compared to a smallmouth angler we may see, in the sturgeon region or something like that.
He did all that work to be called a grungy river rat.
Hey,
good stuff, running.
A grungy river rat makes money and gets
That's
paid
right.
for a long time on some of these bodies of water,
And Shakur had said he had the best of both worlds, fishing up in sturgeon and a lot of the largemouth.
Yes. Kurt seems to be, as far as, it's interesting. You kind of get two different styles of angling. Exactly what you just said, Tommy, is you get really river largemouth fishermen from Wisconsin, or you get a finesse fisherman, and Shakur does. He really has kind of the best of both worlds, especially cutting his teeth with his father fishing walleye destinations where obviously smallmouth are prevalent.
Jay Shakur currently just out of our top 15.
Well, Zay, do you credit? Sorry, Tommy. Do you credit Fighter for getting a lot of these Wisconsin and Minnesota guys to say, "Hey, if he can do it, I can do it"? Because we did a story on that a little while ago. That we've had an influx of guys from Upper Midwest on the elites.
Yeah, Tommy, pipe down real quick. Such, let me get you.
You've had your shot. You've had your shot.
I thought he's done.
Ain't it the truth?
Oh my goodness, I have no idea, Such. I don't know how to answer that. I mean, obviously, Seth coming from Minnesota, it definitely, man. It gives other anglers in that region hey, I might be able to go out and do this, especially if they have competed against Seth, throughout the years.
And then they go fish the opens and figure out, yes, I can compete. Pipe down, Sanders.
Yeah. Didn't take long for the name calling and accusations to fly, did it, out here?
You should have saw the look he gave you.
Odd. Promise you.
Taking a look at Welcher down in Moultrie. Really cool to talk to Kyle Welcher last night about why almost every time we've come here, he fishes down there, knowing we've not had a lot of top finishes down in Moultrie through the years, especially the last few tournaments. And he said he's doing a little bit of sight fishing, but a lot of his fishing is concentrating on the eelgrass. But the reason he concentrates on Moultrie itself, he said he feels the fish in Marion, even though it's obviously way more consistent for top finishes, the fish have way more areas to roam and move around on. He said to him, it's more confined and more predictable down in Moultrie. And the other thing is, Kyle Welcher doesn't like fishing around other people.
Which of the two is the toughest to navigate on, Z?
Both. Absolutely, yes.
Both are the toughest. Okay.
But really, when we were in a low water situation the last time we were here, Moultrie's a handful, man. I remember we taped a Zona show with Davey a couple of years ago when we were running with our camera boat was Ken Ellis, who knows Tommy. He knows every stump in Moultrie.
Oh yeah,
and knocked his lower unit off. So you can even, and our locals that are watching this, you can know both bodies of water, but there are still landmines out there.
Good to see Kyle Welcher back fishing well. You have uncharacteristic year last year. You showed up for the Classic, but not for the Elite Series, it seemed, and so it's good to see Kyle Welcher back on track on our camera coverage today.
13th, a 15th, and an 18th so far this season for Kyle Welcher. That means he's going to pop up on this list we're about to see right now in second place, as a matter of fact, right behind Brandon Cobb, who is also out there doing good work this week On the Santee Cooper Lakes, Drew Cook. We spent a lot of time with Drew yesterday. Took him a long time to get started, but salvaged a good day. Carl Jochimson doing well again today. What a season it's been for him. Cox, Card, LeHue, Iconelli. Ike sort of rebirthed out here. And Tyler Rivette and Bryant Smith rounding out our top 10. We've got some of them in action today on camera. We'll be right back.
Yes! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota.
We have been some incredible places so far in 2023 on the Bassmaster Elite Series. The Big O, Okeechobee, Seminole, so much history. And Lake Murray, after a dozen years, turns out to be as good as ever. And now we are in a place that everyone marks on their calendar, the Santee Cooper Lakes. Always known for putting out big bass year in and year out, decade after decade. Let's head down for our first look, second look today at Kyle Welcher.
Yeah, Kyle Welcher fishing on the bottom end of Moultrie said there's still a few fish left on beds, not a big wave of them by far.
In the mouth. I lost that fish 2 times yesterday. He's almost 2 pounds. He's a 112. Dang, she'll take him right now. Is that the same fish?
Just a few minutes ago, now we're back out live.
You're gonna end up donating some hooks.
Fish are pulling shallow. He just caught a nice one off that tree.
We got our sun now. Hopefully that kind of moves these fish to where I would like them to be. Because so far it's been a pretty dismal morning. To be expected, though. The crazy part about this place
Steve.
is all you need to do is pull up to the right 5 trees and there's your whole day.
Seeing Steve Kennedy with 2 bass for just over 11 pounds starting on that shad spawn near the 95 bridge, and really kind of looking at Kennedy's bag yesterday, catching just under 18 pounds. That's one of those looked better on paper days, Tommy.
Hey, how about a Skeeter Boats big fish alert there, Z? Ray Hanselman up to second place with a 6-pounder, his second. He had a 6.4 earlier on the day. He's coming from 20th place to second. Guy who did well here last year, Luke Palmer, was up to 4th. We got a lot of movement. Carl Jochimson first through limit, 13.10. He's in our lead now.
I think Ray Hanselman's on the makings of a 26-pound bag, Tommy, for that over-under we were talking about. He's the first one to stick his head out there with 3 for 14 and change.
That's strong that early.
Will be interesting to see if Ray Hanselman, such a good grass fisherman from the state of Texas, if he's the one of the guys able to unlock the eelgrass here. And that's one thing I definitely want to talk to Davey about. Obviously, with so much eelgrass now in Marion and Moultrie, if the areas are just, it's so new to the system, are just completely unknown. You know, it's not been really unlocked yet.
Yeah.
Because what Kyle Norsetter's doing, guaranteed, if he's catching them in this eelgrass and really call it 2 to 6 feet of water, there are more areas like that playing possibly that have not been found.
And you mentioned it yesterday. We teed off the show kind of talking about the fall event here where Carl Jacobson was doing that in a very small area and different than what we're seeing some of these anglers fish in, but
a little deeper.
How that kind of factored for him in a similar way, but
smaller.
Yes.
This one's going to get 2 casts. Nope. Okay.
That's a striper.
Yeah, I remember you. I remember. I appreciate it.
Robertson now sits
Robert.
pretty much even with Carl Jacobson, maybe a couple ounces behind him.
And Matt Robertson's two main weapons down on the eelgrass and Moultrie, a swim bait and a topwater bait, said they are all post spawners out here on this flat. That is a pretty impressive bag, 28-1 of post-spawn fish. I mean, that a month and a half from now, that is a well over 30-pound stringer.
Got 1 5-pounder in the boat for Matt Robertson. Very early this morning.
Tommy, did you feel sorry for Will Levis not going in the first round last night because they kept that camera on him? They kept it on him.
I love that.
Well,
interesting that Kentucky there said he had some personality flaws. They did.
I thought you weren't supposed to say so much about that. I don't know. I guess you got to explain everything though when you got that much hoopla going on.
Yeah, there's a line. It's literally like, we want you to be a confident athlete, and then when you go over that line and you become cocky, then all of a sudden it's a bad thing and you get dropped out.
Sit down.
Right.
Looked up.
Then we'll break you.
Yeah.
14 is all I gotta say.
There have been a couple QBs supposed to go that sat for a long time that ended up with a fine career, so that doesn't mean a single thing.
A lot of short. God, I thought that one got it already.
That's a dude looking at a forward-facing sonar with right there, Tommy.
That's right.
That is what it is.
The weed eater guy in the background.
Speaking of forward-facing sonar, the man who helps us understand the ins and outs of that, there he is right there, our own Davey Hyde, former Classic Champ Angler of the Year and real expert on this part of the state of South Carolina. Davey, quickly, first, broadly, what do you make of day one, and are we seeing more of the same here on day number two, or are there any changes?
Yeah, Tommy, the weather a little different this morning, noticeably warmer when I walked out of the room this morning, so that should make things a little better for some of the anglers. I talked to Patrick Walters this morning, and I know a lot of people, including myself, was a little curious about how things went for him. It was really, really tough for him yesterday morning. He said he thought the weather changed the night before, and we had some spotted showers, and there were some cold rains that had really affected the shad spawn. It's one area that the shad were spawning in on the last day of practice. He went there yesterday morning, was not happening. So things more stable this morning and warmer. Speaking of the shad spawn, Steve Kennedy has been down here around the I-95 bridge catching fish. And I'll just show you on Mega Live, you see the pilings here. You know, for years we would just go and just randomly fish all these pilings, and you can see there's hundreds of pilings here. But what you can do now with Mega Live is actually look at the pilings and see the ones that the shad are actually around. And you can just, instead of making so many casts, you can actually see a fish there to the left of that one. You can see the fish and the shad. So really, really cool. The Mega Live works in the shad spawn. It works at Lake Okeechobee. It works at Santee Cooper.
Davey, if you can kind of break down, obviously and we were talking, Tommy and I were talking about this morning about the eelgrass. You see guys like Matt Robertson, a Kyle Norsetter concentrating on that eelgrass. For the most part, it has been in the lake for a while, but now there's a lot of eelgrass. Is it still just too early? Is it still a unknown even for the locals where the fish are at?
Yeah, Z, I've thought about this a lot, and I kind of knew this was coming. I've been fishing down here all year. It's really incredible. We've had a fair amount of eelgrass here on Lake Marion and Lake Moultrie the last few years, but just in the last year, it is just spread. I mean, there's 5 times as much eelgrass this year as it was last year. A lot of different reasons for that. A warm winter for the most part, but what you have is let's just scale it down. Let's say we had 1 acre that we're trying to dissect, and last year there were 10 square feet of eelgrass in it. And you had 20 bass. So now let's expand that to 1 acre that has 1,000 square feet of eelgrass in it, and you still have the same amount of bass. It just has scattered these fish out so much. The fish population will really, really grow in the next few years as long as that vegetation is there. And this lake, both of these, Lake Marion and Moultrie, will get a lot better. But when you first have all that growth, the population didn't grow that fast with it, and it just scatters the fish out a lot. But they love that vegetation, and they're going to be in it. There you go.
You stop your algebra reindeer games with us here on Bassmaster Live, baby.
Now, how long does it take the fishermen to get up to the curve to catch it, to learn to really catch them out of that eelgrass? That takes some figuring too, right?
Well, it really does where those fish are located, but honestly, I think it's just a big more of a deal where the number of fish versus the amount of grass. It's just there's so much more grass than there are number of fish right now, but it'll equal out in a year or two.
All right, Davey, good stuff. Thank you so much. The trucker's favorite, obviously, out there, our own Davey Hyde, getting some good recognition, as he deserves out there on Santee Cooper, always. We are always anxious to come to this place because we know what lives here. What we're seeing right now is Carl Jochimson. He's at 2nd place in our Progressive Angler of the Year points, and he is 1st place in the tournament stats right now, unofficially. Matt Robertson, our leader to start this day with 28 pounds, if you haven't heard yet, if you're just joining us on day number 1. Ray Hanselman, 2 6-pound-plus bass in his live well in the first 2 hours of fishing out here today. Luke Palmer, Strassner, Norsetter, Steve Kennedy back in the top 10. Plenty more on the way, so stay with us.
One of the most amazing things about this classic is the fishing freaks that showed up here in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Look at that crowd. It is for the fans.
Blast off, there's all the media, the fans, family, you're in that moment.
A new all-time attendance record for the Bassmaster Classic this week in Knoxville, Tennessee.
I think everybody that shows up to the Classic wants to feel a little bit of what we are feeling.
When they open that door and pull you into that Coliseum, the adrenaline rush of that, it's insane.
All the records set here in Knoxville in 2019 have been reset here again.
6 pounds, 13 ounces. Gussie gets it done. And oh, Canada, you have a Bassmaster Classic champion.
Daryl Gleason here at Santee Cooper Lakes. My two main baits today are V&M Flat Wild and Delta Melon. I'm using that for bed fishing. And my mainstay today was V&M Chopstick, rigged wacky style in the color called Gleason's Candy. I'm actually throwing it completely weightless on a spinning rod and begging for bites. And occasionally some great big ones will bite. I caught 2 big ones today on it, so tomorrow I'll be putting it in some good places and hope I can get 5 of them.
Bass Pro Shop's top lures with a man from a state they used to call the Sportsman's Paradise, state of Louisiana. Bass Pro Shop's top lures for you there today out here on the Santee Cooper Lakes, where we know that the big ones live here, and we also know it's very hard to get a limit here. Those are the two things we've got working, driving the storyline today, Mark Zona.
Yeah, it definitely, you look at those weights right there, very, very tight right now. You see Brandon Cobb doing what he has done all year long so far. Very, very consistent. Great to see Daryl Gleason having a solid season. Definitely like Paul Mueller having a solid tournament here, at least till right now. Daryl Gleason definitely needs to stay in those top 70 standings, as Ronnie said. Whoa.
Skeeter Boats, big fish alert. Brandon Cobb, he took the lead with a 7-pounder, third fish on the day. Came from 11th, I believe.
Man. That's our Phoenix Boats big bass leader right now then for Brandon Cobb. And I'll make the bold prediction that will be eclipsed, maybe by Brandon Cobb later today. Let's get back out to the man with 28 pounds and 1 ounce on day number 1. Phenomenal work from Matt Robertson. Got a good one in the boat so far today.
Pounder, we'll take him.
You can definitely see those eelgrass flats, not very deep, really. 2 to 5 feet of water.
Wished I hadn't missed that big one earlier. I swear my drag slipped, it felt like. Don't like that. No drag slippage today on nothing. It's weird whenever I feel like I'm more or less apt to lose one on top water than I am a swim bait. Like, I've never said that in my life. Maybe not lose, but miss it. Like, the reason I know, I watched a 7-pounder, 30 feet from the boat, eat it and spit as fast as I ever seen nothing. I didn't even have time to set the hook. Usually they suck in and they chomp it. Like, I need some max scent on my swim bait.
More sunshine than yesterday. That high thin cloud cover yesterday. Supposed to get all day sunshine tomorrow.
How about that? 3 out of 4 anglers fishing down in Moultrie on your screen right there on Bassmaster Live. Tommy, I don't think we have ever said that in the last 2 events here.
No, that has not been the circumstance ever before.
Kyle Norsetter, the only angler on your screen up in Marion.
Kyle with a good one in the boat, the rookie.
Yeah, and they're aggressive too. I mean, like that fish. Gosh, man. Just if I was a little bit, I didn't see him. If I was a little bit further away, he'd have ate it. But he just did when I thought he had. I should have just waited a split second more. The problem was, probably wouldn't have landed that fish because I was on the other side of the pile, you know, because I pulled right into that pile. And so if I hooked that fish, he might have, you know, not a good idea. But I was like, you know, he acknowledged it, so you can't reel it away from him.
Norsetter hooked up again.
Is it a keeper? Let's hope so. It's probably going to be short. Stinger hook again. He's touching. We'll measure him later. I don't even want to count him yet. He's just touching.
Now, here's one thing that is interesting. We talked about seeing some of our leaders on camera down in Lake Moultrie, but these are 4+ pounders today. Every single one of them up till now has come out of Marion, Tommy Sanders, even though we have some leaders down fishing in Moultrie. The big ones definitely have not bit yet. Those are 4+ pounders, day 2 here on Santee Cooper Lakes.
Lake Moultrie less than half the size of Lake Marion. So Marion, the largest lake in South Carolina. Lake Moultrie, the 3rd largest.
You live and learn.
It's
I'm
the
killing
second largest,
myself for
Tom.
not having a trailer hook on. Both these last fish have been in the trailer.
Might be Murray.
50,000 acres, yeah, maybe.
It'd be just fractionally larger if that's the case.
Did you enter it? I said, did you enter it? Did you enter the fish? Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to double check it in a minute just to see, because sometimes they'll get shorter in the live well. Okay.
Again, Kyle Norsetter, when we got to speak to him after the weigh-in, was tweaking and customizing a spinnerbait, a 1/2-ounce spinnerbait, where he's able to rip that eelgrass that he really wanted to catch him on a bladed jig. And that he'd not been able to make that fire. That spinnerbait has been his main weapon. Does have some backup brush piles, but definitely did not want to utilize those here on day 2. Wanted to live and die on this eelgrass gig. And he said the main key to it, again, it's 2 to call it 6 feet of water, but it does have deep water access. And where he caught him yesterday, about the size of a football field.
Steve Kennedy just topped 15 pounds on his 3rd fish. 15.8 is his total, is a 4.6. Our 20th 4+ pounder of the day.
But that's if you really look at your screen and you have followed the Bassmaster Elite Series or you have fished Santee Cooper, it's very interesting to only look at one angler on your screen right there focusing on cypress trees, and the three other anglers that made it to get a camera today not focusing at all on the cypress trees of Santee Cooper Lakes.
Somebody catfish line.
We've talked about it a little bit this morning and how the guys that we have on camera, the 6 anglers, are kind of a hodgepodge variety of veterans and rookies and where they're located in the country. As we're bringing into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon, I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge to kind of break down those underdogs. It's not the 6 that you would imagine at Santee Cooper, just based on how this body of water is fishing. Like Mark Zona just said, half of our guys on camera are focused on cypress trees. Half of them are ignoring cypress trees, it seems. So that kind of shows in our fantasy percentages as well. Looking at our top 5, even Mark Menendez down, below this in 6th spot. These guys aren't really represented by big percentages, rightfully so, but Matt Robertson, obviously, he's been on a hot streak with Big Bass, 8.5%. He's in that bucket C range, right there in the middle, just outside the Classic, not too far down, right in the middle of the pack. He's had up and down seasons so far. Bryant Smith was in bucket B, one of the higher buckets. He was a low percentage pick, though, coming from probably exactly across the country, all the way from California over to Santee Cooper. Yeah, as far as you can one way, Tommy. And then Paul Mueller, like we said, when he's on, he is on. It's just so difficult. Walking in this morning, we talked about what southern lake is Paul Mueller going to catch him on at the beginning of the season? It's hard to tell that. It's hard to duplicate it sometimes day-to-day success. So for Mueller being 1.5% in bucket E, he's a familiar name. There's a lot of new names down there. There's a lot of veteran and older anglers in bucket E, like Kyle Norsetter, 0.3%. A lot of these guys are low percentage. Kyle Welcher, though, 2%. He was in bucket A. So we've kind of got every single bucket in fantasy fishing reflected here, and all of them kind of up and down percentages, because it kind of is a topsy-turvy event this week so far, Z.
Ronnie, real quick, you said yesterday that you've really come into your own in the Mercury Drain the Lake fantasy fishing. What has happened, though? Why the slippage in regular fantasy fishing?
I think I get bored with maybe picking the same lineup, and so some people who use the Greg Hackneys of the world every single event, no matter what bucket they're in, that's a great game plan. Sometimes I like to throw some new people out there. Honestly, you think of a lot of patterns that may reflect. I thought Kyle Norsetter, and I put him on my team this week because of a bladed jig and a swim jig, things like that. Well, you said he couldn't even get it to fire, and it was a spinner bait. So you just don't know. It's the hardest fantasy sport to pick week to week. I've said it last year.
You like living out there on the ragged edge. I know that about you.
Of course.
Absolutely.
You don't want
Tommy,
that.
I love
heck with
where we go right, where we go wrong. Love it.
Absolutely. Matt Robertson on top of Steve Kennedy. He's got about a 2-pound lead ahead of Steve Kennedy as it stands right now. A little about 2.5 or so. Brandon Cobb, man, continuing his great work in 2003, your leader in Progressive Angler of the Year points, and right behind him is position number 2, Carl Jockinson. The points guys populating 3 and 4. We got more to come from Santee Cooper.
Yes! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Yeah, man, practice was tough. I didn't have any idea, I was around the fish I was around. I thought I might catch a couple big ones on the shad spawn in the morning. But man, fishing a good area and doing something a little different, and I feel a lot better about this week than last week. It's possible to break the century belt here, but I think you're gonna see the upper 80s win on this pond. And yeah, man, it's fishing really tough right now though, we're still having to grind it. I like the grinders, even though you're catching big fish. That's what I'd rather it be a grinder than a slugfest.
Takes all kind of different personalities. What makes the Elite Series fun, and Matt's about as different as you get out here. At the weigh-ins on the water, he gives us something else to think about while he's out there. Now let's just go out, since he is our leader. Let's just go on out to the man from the Kentucky Lake region, Western Kentucky.
See, nailed it. The man can catch fish.
Oh, he's like Zona says, he's
absolutely.
A hammer. Yeah, absolutely.
I have spent time in the boat with Robertson. He is an absolute hammer, and I mean knows the Tennessee River in a big way. Back out to Robertson live.
Big one, giant. I mean a giant. If it's a bass, it's a giant. It's a bass. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Just take your time. Come here. Come here, dude. Just got him. Oh, yeah. Magnum.
That's a good one right there for Matt Robertson.
Fishing for big bass.
Well, we thought we might see a little bit of topwater fishing in this tournament. That little eelgrass flat that Robertson's concentrating on. Obviously, where a lot of these post-pond fish are headed. Robertson definitely on the highway.
6 and a 5 and a 3 in the live well for Matt Robertson. That affords him a 6-pound advantage over the rest of the field as it stands right now.
He's at 42 pounds.
You set off exactly what you said off the top of this. It was strange last night. It's like a serious Matt Robertson is awkward.
It's upsetting.
Listen, he's genuinely awkward. I mean, he is a too much info individual, man. It was very weird. He was all business last night.
Well, he's getting results this week for sure. Of course, we remind you that last week he started out with the best limit on day one.
You have a way with words, Tommy. The fact that you could probably insult someone to their face and they wouldn't know it. The way you introed Matt Robertson there, it was the nicest way of saying
about it. Nothing insulting at all. You can't not watch him. He is incredible.
Tommy slipped a few at me the last 20 years, and it takes me about an hour to realize that he slammed me.
I'm long down the road by the time you figure out what's going on. Out to Paul Mueller, 2-time winner on the Elite Series, former Bass Nation national champion.
Little one bit. There's like 2 big ones with them. I'll take them for now, though. The big one's got smart. I think it was one of the ones I missed was with this one. There's 2 great big ones with this fish. Of course, they let the little one eat. Here, try this out. It's the hook I'm using. It's that modified B stinger from Gamakatsu. I think it's the Brent Ayler one. That thing is money with a wacky rig or a Neko rig. And that's just a little bitty one, but we're happy to have them. For now, anyway. Got to catch his brothers that are over.
Tommy, is Paul Mueller the hardest angler to handicap what lakes he'll do good on?
Yes. And short answer is yes, I think.
ever.
Especially
All right, so here's the deal.
below the Mason-Dixon. You know, like you're
If I
unsure.
wacky rig, I don't like the O-ring tool, but for the Neko rig, it's good because you want the hook to sit up right. So take your worm. With this particular worm, I'm putting it pretty high. Then I'm going to put this, and this is where the hook comes into play. This is that Gamakatsu. This hook is so awesome. I mean, you hook them, you own them. But you're basically, this O-ring's a little tight. Just keep it up right, and then you're going to put a nail weight in the end. And I don't want too heavy of a nail weight. I actually want that bait to glide slow, so when they see it, seems like the drop shot, it's like they want that bait going on the bottom. So some places the drop shot's okay, but if they're like real tight to cover, this is what, and in this case, there's stumps here and there's brush. These fish were in brush, so I'm just kind of throwing it on the outside of the brush, not throwing it obviously in the brush and trying to get them to come out of the brush, but that's the deal when you let that thing hit the bottom and you just walk it back, and man, you know, if you mark one, you can get them to bite it. I had an opportunity to catch one here, and I threw on the opposite side of the brush. I actually didn't see the fish, and so one came out of the brush to look at it, and I let it go in there, and it was one of those deals like you don't want to drop it right on their head, because then they kind of know they're being fished for. You want to get it near them, let them come take a look at it. But I dropped it on his head, and he pecked at it, and I missed him and got stuck in the brush. So, and that was one of them big ones, and now they got smart. So.
We watched Brandon Polinick use that same technique yesterday. A little bit of success.
Did not.
Same thing.
What was funny was it was more of a bigger bait situation with Polinick.
Well, Mueller we're talking about back 2019. They're talking about his wins. I mean, a win at Lake Lanier, backed it up the next year with a win at the St. John's. And when he's not winning, he's
we've
not
had
real
him
visible.
We've had him on some of these southern places like Gunnersville, a huge day.
Biggest ever in classic history, right?
Yes. But in the elite
Record
event,
still.
he had a huge day one and then zeroed the next day and missed the cut. And it's like it goes back and forth sometimes.
You know what's strange is with Paul Mueller, he does look for off-the-wall stuff. I mean, listen, I watch our maps of where our anglers are at and how they're doing. He does. He gets away. Look what he's doing right here. He's down on Moultrie, offshore, deeper than anybody that we've covered in this tournament. But I have seen him in tournament like I'll go to the Okeechobee tournament. There was one angler on the east side of Okeechobee, and that was Paul Mueller. And he had a horrifically bad tournament. But I think it's also why you have seen him hold a blue trophy or two.
I mean, he was as far away as you can get from Palatka North when he won.
He was the only guy that turned left out of Palatka.
Yeah,
you know?
won.
Yeah, basically.
And then the Lanier event was basically in his smallmouth wheelhouse, but on the spotted. But you know, like that's more his deal. But yeah, it was a southern win. But yeah.
And we've seen him do well on Lake Ontario, but there were many years, Tommy, that we covered him on Bassmaster Live where smallmouth kind of haunted Paul Mueller for quite a while.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
But like you said,
Matt Robertson is hooked up.
Go ahead.
Small fish, go ahead.
The key, though, for somebody like Paul Mueller, you were mentioning Daryl Gleason, some of these rookies need to keep it in mind for next year is the rules have changed back to what they used to be now that we have 90% of our field has a good amount of record on the Elite Series. Is to be in the top 70 in points guarantees that you stay on the Elite Series each year. So you could have had bad years up to this, but if you're in the top 70, you make the Classic this year or something, you are on the Elites next year, no doubt, no worry, compared to where it was like a career average. Through the whole field had to worry about it, even if you finish top 10.
Yeah, there's a couple anglers down near the bottom of the standings need to definitely start catching them, or they will not be with us next year.
That was the one big worry with the old format that we've had the last few years, was that some people, to improve their average to try to stay on the elites, they'd have to be top 25 for AOY. So you could have someone make the classic yet get kicked out of the elites that same season, and that's just not a good remedy or recipe. So going back to the way it used to be, top 70 you're safe. If you're below there in those 30 spots, half of them will lose their spots, half of them will rise up based on their average.
Slow morning for Mark Menendez. Actually, Tommy, one thing I forgot to tell our viewers here on Bassmaster Live, Menendez caught a couple big ones out near the actual river channel yesterday morning, one on a big crankbait, one on a worm. But he caught a couple really big fish late in the day on a prop bait. That'd be kind of cool to see.
No doubt.
Most of his work done up in the stump hole. Really one of the only anglers that excelled in that area of Lake Marion.
I guess I ain't gonna have room to do that then. That fourth fish gave Robertson 44 pounds in the event.
He's
16 pounds on the day, four fish.
Not even a limit, and he's within one good keeper of being on track for a century belt.
Yeah.
That's a little bit more than what we were figuring.
Saying it'd be really hard this week, but there's still, they'd left a little window open that it could happen if somebody really finds them.
We're seeing that, looking at that window right now.
I mean, there are certain bodies of water, no matter what time of year you fish it, there's a possibility because the size fish that you need live there. Then there's some places you go, and even when it's fishing the best it absolutely could, there's no shot. So it's a good place to be that Santee, even fishing tough, is in consideration for that.
Well, last year when we did it in practice, everybody said there's no way how cold it was, and then everything warmed up and the conditions all hit just perfect storm.
Third place is Santee Cooper Lakes for number of century belts handed out through the years, with 8. Falcon number 1, right, and number 2 we figure is Lake Fork, yeah.
It took over from Santee Cooper last year. In '94, O.T. Fear set the 3-day weight record here on Santee. It was 77 pounds, 4 ounces, and the 5-fish limit was 34.4. That was the B.A.S.S. records back in 1994. And then, of course, Preston Clark.
Yep.
115.15.
O.T. Fears.
Yeah.
Wow. Sallisaw, Oklahoma.
That's right.
Good dude. I've known
on the Arkansas
River.
River.
OT for a long time.
If you're from Sallisaw, you know how to throw a swim jig. That is.
And it is fair to say, looking at the leaderboard right now, this is going to turn into a true post-spawn tournament. You look at your anglers that are trying to push that sight fishing deal. Guys like Drew Cook, Drew Benton thought maybe they could get a day or two, and is setting up for a hard gig to make it, to push it 2 days right now on Santee Cooper.
We got Cook and Benton with only small fish so far today. 4 for Benton, 9-12. Cook 2 for 4 pounds, 2 ounces.
That sounds really breaking through there, though, so there's a possibility.
Could help them. A little help. Find a nice place without so much wind. They're so good
Good
at
to
it.
know.
They are so good
Good
at
to
it.
know.
Yeah. We're going to have full sun tomorrow. The most sun of the entire week happens tomorrow, Saturday. With 50 anglers out there today, these guys striving to be among them. All of our 104 trying to get into that top 50 cut. At the end of the day today, Matt Robertson, look at that, opening up a lead right now. I mean, Brandon Cobb, Luke Palmer, Steve Kennedy, back in the top 5. Carl Jochimson, Ray Hanselman, Josh Strassner, and the rest. We'll back with more in just a moment here in Santee Cooper Lakes.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota. And by Dakota Lithium.
Hey, we welcome everybody watching Bassmaster Live today. Maybe your weekend has already started here on Friday. Good for you. If you're just dipping in and out, we're going to try to keep you apprised of all the stories happening here in day 2 fishing on the Santee Cooper Lakes. Story, well, of course, of 50 anglers will only make it past 2 today. Only 50 will make it past today into the weekend. The other story, atop our leaderboard, Matt Robertson, who last week at Lake Murray was the leader after day 1, but then started to fade, sort of a decline that continued through the remainder of the tournament. Not the case today. He has done it again today, and here's the evidence, Mark Zona.
No doubt about it, Tommy Sanders. VMC on point is going to be Lil Matty Robertson. 2-prong approach, definitely looking for that shad spawn on those isolated outer main lake cypress trees. From there, going down to Moultrie, getting it done with a swim bait and a topwater bait, and the adrenaline rush of that is insane. Looking at what Matt Robertson has done today, a couple solid bites on a topwater bait, and the one thing you could say is Matt Robertson is where these post-spawn fish are coming. And the scary thing is looking at Matt Robertson right now, making the comment, I am able to fish behind other anglers and catch them. Definitely in the driver's seat right now. Going to get back down to Lake Moultrie with your unofficial leader, Matt Robertson. That was your VMC on point.
Boat's floating down my best stretch. Well, it ain't much, but it's 5.
He is. Not much goofing around on the boat today with Matt Robertson.
No, like you said.
Yeah, and again, what I said off the top, you don't know what will show up on Bassmaster Live.
He's got about 18 pounds right now, from 28 to 18. That's kind of what he did on Murray, 25 to 15.
And I mean, Matt is a focused angler. He may seem distracted, but he wants to win. Like all those trophies he set up there, it's a funny skit deal, but like he is a winner back home, and he wants to be a winner on the Elite Series.
There we go, baby. I thought it was gonna be a big one. It ain't a bad one. Ain't a bad one. Yep. 2.5 pounder. He looks bigger than that. I thought he was gonna be like a 3 1/4. I still ain't really convinced.
I don't think it's 2.5.
Thank you, Lord.
Solid fish right there.
I think I'll throw in that one again.
Kyle Welcher. Got the lettuce flowing, definitely feeling it today.
Oh, yeah. 23 pounds yesterday, great start for this tournament, great start to the year. All 3 of our previous elite events for Kyle Welcher.
He had a rough 2022, 69th in AOI points after 2021. He was 22nd. In his first year, 2020, he was 10th.
He had
came on with a big
for
splash.
2022, though, didn't he? He had one high point. And second place.
Second place in the class. Well, I think he got into a funk after that.
He was in a funk before it. I mean, it was like, it's so weird how the Classic brings a different, somebody who could be on a low, a low trajectory comes in for the Classic, no points, just trying to go for the win, and they reveal who they are as an angler. But Mueller hooked up.
Now that one was suspended, and I just happened to make the right cast. It is not easy to do with the wind. But look at that. That's why he fished Gamakatsu right there. He's been a little bit, he's been through some times.
Had a rough life.
But I'm gonna throw him in this side. Number 3 though, that's a little bit better. Still not the kind we're looking for, but we need to get bigger, but they're getting bigger, so. Dude, I just happened to, I seen him just cruising. I just pitched it there and it just went, and he went with it. I didn't, you don't know if it's a catfish or, most of the ones I've been catching have been on stumps or brush or something like that. That fish was just meandering around. And if you don't make the right cast, you never get, that fish just keep moving. You never get it into him. That was a skinny, I mean, that fish should be like a 4-pounder. I bet you that fish is only 3.5 pounds. Maybe 3 3/4. But it should be bigger than that. Oh yeah. Oh, the ones I had yesterday, when you seen them in the water, you're like, oh, that's like a 7. It's 5 3/4. Well, that one wanted to bite.
That was fish 3 for Paul Mueller. Should bump him up a couple of notches from 9th place.
Looked like he could have used a meal too. It's been a hard spawn.
Way too early to predict this, but if a guy like Mueller was to make it to Championship Sunday with possible 20 to 30 mile per hour winds, that'd be a hard proposition out there. But we've seen Paul Mueller in big waves before.
Yeah.
Did he mention anything about that, like looking at it, forecasting it, like wanting to?
Was not able to contact Paul Mueller. Tried.
Okay.
But obviously a lot of sketchy cell service. He was the only angler that we have a camera with we weren't able to reach last night.
There's a big
Which
fish.
is rare because it usually turns into a 2-hour conversation.
Which is, yeah, if we're not going to talk to him last night, at least he's plenty forthcoming on camera today.
Yeah,
we
absolutely.
have a nickname for Paul and have had for years. One question, Mueller.
Don't usually guess my weight, but I know pretty close, probably about 18 pounds. Caught a 20 to 30 pound catfish on a swim bait. Probably the best bite I've ever had on one. That was cool. And yeah, we're just out here fishing this offshore eelgrass. Whenever it's cloudy, I've been throwing a swim bait. Whenever it's sunny, I pick up the top water. I'm probably gonna try, I don't know, we'll bite the swim bait whenever it's cloudy or whenever it's sunny, but I haven't had the same amount of luck on the top water whenever it's cloudy, but I also think I haven't thrown it enough. So I'm probably gonna pick up the top water again. These fish hit this swim bait so fast that I've never seen nothing like it. And they spit it so fast. Like, I watched a 7-pounder in practice eat my swim bait 30 foot away, and I didn't even have time to set the hook before he spit it. And yesterday, like, it was, they're like, I'm fishing this thing pretty fast, and they're coming at me so fast they knock slack in my line, and it's not a good recipe. Like, normally fish would just eat it, and hold on to her. but yeah, or we might pick up the top water even though it's cloudy. I'd rather it be sunny for it, but yeah. We're on pace today. I don't even think I'd got here. I might have just got here yesterday, so I didn't miss one big one on this thing today.
Todd Auten with a 6.5 pounder. Drew Cook's back where he started in 8th place. His 4th fish. They're all small though. Biggest one's a 3 pounder.
Had several anglers, actually. Mark Menendez, one of them. You hear Matt Robertson make the comment how hard they would hit that swim bait and
if I don't
fast.
get things going as far as big fish for the day, I may pull the plug on this and go to Marion, because I have trees where I caught like a 6 and 7 in practice. Or actually, I didn't really catch the 6. I saw it. And I think it was garden fry or on a bed. And if it didn't get caught, that's the thing. But the trees have big fish on them. Oh, he's looking. Ah! I think he was looking. I'm like, where's my bait? I pull up, it's right where he's at. Like I said, though, if they don't bite it right away, on the initial interaction, probably not going to catch them. It's also funny, like when they're suspended, they look bigger. When they're on the bottom, sometimes they don't look as big, and then you hook them, and they end up being bigger. Well, we need to catch a fish for the drone.
What I was going to say about Matt Robertson talking about how hard they were hitting that swim bait and fast. Menendez also making the comment, Menendez been around the block for a while, said these are the strongest bass that he has ever fished for. That's something we actually, Tommy, we heard that a lot when we would have those Falcon Lake tournaments here in similar comments here on Santee Cooper. A lot of these big fish between 5 and 8 pounds.
He's got to find him. Menendez has fallen to 30th with no fish. Bryant Smith is down to 8.
These are Florida strains?
No, 15th.
Yes, I believe so. Yeah. You could kind of tell by their markings. You can also tell when a cold front hits this place, they don't like playing.
They don't like, huh?
No. Yeah, that spot right there that Mueller is on in Moultrie, that will be ripping come Sunday.
Little exposed, huh?
Little bit.
Of course, I see one out far, and then there's one closer now that I throw, naturally.
Mueller vows to catch one for the drone. We'll take that. We'll keep rolling on him as we get ready to take a quick step back just for a few minutes. Matt Robertson, though, man, oh man, on the century mark trail right now. I mean, he's on track. He's got 5 fish now, so that's going to slow down things just a little bit. But boy, he's got a lot of time as well. Brandon Kopp First place in Progressive Angler of the Year points, and Paul Mueller, that fish right there, helped him, a 3.5 pounder. We'll be back.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Day 2 of 4 days of fishing here. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at the Santee Cooper Lakes, our full field out there trying to make it into the top 50. They're catching them out there. Paul Mueller, way out there offshore. Our leader, Matt Robertson, that's a big fish, part of his story. He's got 2 big ones in the boat right now, a 5 and a 4 pounder. Big fish we knew would be the story here in Martona.
I thought it was going to be a big one.
And really, Tommy Sanders, the one thing, taking a look at this one right here from Kyle Welcha, is we need Matt Robertson to kind of slow down a little bit. No, don't be
I see what you're saying. We don't want to.
Yeah.
We don't want a super runaway here. No, we never want that.
Grab some wood, boy.
Yeah, now wait a minute.
Take a look. Look at it. Our anglers right here. 3 of your anglers on camera fishing down in Moultrie, and 3 of them up in Lake Marion and River.
As we do look at that lake, now we go to the 4 box with Menendez, Smith, Welcher, and Norsetter. Z was talking about half of our cameras kind of giving us a look at the lower lake, half are giving us the upper lake, and Menendez is really showing us the upper lake as he is on the west side of 95.
We are going to run into them eventually. Just gotta keep moving.
Ryan Smith, the rookie, have a good start to his Elite Series career in this year of 23. Found some big ones yesterday.
Yeah, and it's probably the most self-conscious moment when you catch a good bag and you're uncertain how you're going to get a bite the next day. That's a worrisome thing for some of these guys on camera today.
He's about had it. He's about ready to get back out in the field.
Yeah, Brian Smith, that's coming true for him.
Yes. Big thing is that area that produced so well for our rookies yesterday, Brian Smith and Kyle Norsetter. Seen Kyle with a good one earlier today, but that eelgrass doesn't appear to have reloaded in Rocks Pond.
Right there, getting it. When you hear that growl, he's got that afterburner kicked in.
Jason Christie just found his first big fish from Santee Cooper. Counting last year, too. He got a 5 pounder. He was second to last year. Could never figure it out.
Yeah, he came back and won the next one.
Right. He was really angry after his performance here on Santee Cooper.
I remember that.
Very, very upset.
Kind of seemed a little angry on social media last night. He hasn't really had great day ones this season and has had to get out of holes each event. And he said he's tired of not catching them on a day one. He's going to turn that around soon.
Did you slip in his DMs?
I did not. No. He probably wouldn't answer those.
Yeah, Christie knows he needs to make hay. He came into this event 68th in the AOI points. If he wants to get back to the classic, he's got to do some climbing.
That's a shocker there.
I'll tell you, another angler that did not have a limit yesterday, we talked about it late yesterday afternoon, Hackney on stage with Mercer seemed absolutely perplexed on what is going on out here. That is so not usual on a lake like this with Greg Hackney.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that quote from him. He said I couldn't catch 24 pounds in 3 days out here.
Yes.
Which is not a Hackney-like sentiment for sure.
And he's done so well here.
Yeah, and really we talked about this tournament quite a bit before coming here, obviously being a month later, and we're definitely seeing this. You can tell just by the pictures that we're getting on Bassmaster Live how different this is than the usual Santee Cooper events we've been to.
The Apaches are flying about tree height right down the river channel, working on maneuvers and stuff. And dude, they'll go out there and bank and turn around, and you'll see those turrets of those 50 cals on there, and you're like, geez, boy, I hope he don't pull the trigger now. Just the concussion of one of those can kill you. That'll work. Now we got one. How about that? Oh, one-eye. Oh, one-eyed Joe there. How about that one-eye? You got to meet old Mr. Blue. Very good. That takes care of that one. Always a hard one to catch. He got it too, didn't he? Oh, one-eye. 2.5 pounder. That's for you, Bowman. That's what we talked about the other day. That gets us on the board. How about that? We got one. Whew. That's all right. We'll reconvene at a later date. How's that? That's nice. My drag slipped, and I just kind of let him out of there. I didn't pull him much, but I got him. Numero uno, 2.5 pounder. I need a couple more of those, and we'll get the 50 cut made, then we'll bear down.
Not a big explosion on that prop bait. Kind of just. Well, he caught 2 giants on that yesterday. Kind of like to see that in those close quarters.
No kidding. That would be a knife fight, wouldn't it? Mark Menendez, always a resident of that Kentucky, Illinois, Missouri intersection area up there. Fished the Illinois Invitational in 1991. That was his first bass.
Wow. Wow.
Didn't even hit it hard, just but he owned it, didn't he? Yeah, he did. He had it all over him, them big gamakatsus I put on there. All right. Very good. One down, one to go. Let's just catch us another one real quick.
I was at a slaughter winger.
All right.
Mark Menendez on the board now. He's lost a little ground during the course of a slow morning up to this point.
Be one of those deals where you ride. We normally talk about a winner of an event, in Florida, catches a big bag and then rides that the rest of the week, just protects that big bag. That's what we could see Matt Robertson do this week, but he's caught another good bag to back that up. A guy like Mark Menendez or some of these other guys that are in the top 10, just to have a good finish this week, they will protect that big bag. They will catch a couple fish here and there, maybe get a smaller limit. Maybe the next day they have 3 for 15, you know what I'm saying, where it's so inconsistent if they're catching a big bag or if they're just getting a limit fillers, but some of these guys will end up protecting their day one 20-plus pounds if it starts to get real tough and it ends up being their saving grace.
That one fish going to help assure Mark, or at least get him headed the right direction, just to do the business at hand, the main thing, make it through today so you can fish tomorrow, make it in the top 50.
You bumped him back up to 22nd. Brian Smith down to 16th from second place.
Wow.
No fish once he catches him.
Well, and Brian Smith did say he was pretty open with us. He felt he got very, very lucky yesterday. Just fell on the right cypress trees.
We were talking about Paul Mueller, Z, and his prospects if the wind blows 15 to 20 on Sunday. How about Matt Robertson, where he is?
A little bit more protection.
Is it? Okay.
Where, not a ton, but a little bit more. It'll, the problem Robertson could have in there is if that water gets off colored. That is, you could tell where he's at, fishing pretty shallow because he's put his poles down every time he's hooked a fish. That water can get turned up and kill that bite for Robert. Looking at his day, Tommy, it seems like every day of this tournament, he's gonna need that 1 or 2 bite bonus of that shad spawn on Marion in the morning, because it's not like he's going to Moultrie and knocking their lights out. Granted, he did, for the most part, he was done yesterday by 11:30, but it seems like that other bullet, that early morning shad spawn deal that we're seeing, obviously a guy like Kennedy make happen around the bridge, it just doesn't seem like the numbers game is in that area where Robertson's catching them in that eelgrass on Moultrie.
The big ones early today. Of course, Matt Robertson with a couple of good ones. And Brandon Cobb with the big fish of the day so far.
Just now hit her. And boy, I mean,
I do think with what is coming on Sunday, a guy like Robertson, I do not think you'll see anybody back off the throttle. Like we got to see last week at Murray. There was guys kind of backing out of certain areas.
Come on, see it.
Luke Palmer with a big one early. Steve Kennedy with 3 in the 4 and 5 pound range. And that's the only 3 he's got so far. And that came earlier.
And Polinick almost broke our top 6 today with 4 bass. Am I right on that, Ronnie?
Yeah, with 21 pounds, 14 ounces. He was actually tied with Mark Menendez.
Yeah.
On 4 bass, and one was a 6 very late in the day. I think I wrote down 324. We caught it.
Just fish, Mark. Just fish. Don't think. Just fish. You'll be fine.
From our 4 box for you there, over to check in on Kyle Norsetter, our rookie, one of our 2 rookies in the top 6 to start the day.
Take what we can get right now. Probably 1.5 pounds, maybe 2. I mean, they're hitting it so crooked. Look at all he's hooked. Stinger hook and hook, sideways.
Kyle Norsetter, who had just under 25 pounds yesterday. What a difference a day makes, but plenty of time left for him to get it done. That is only keeper number 3. Does have a good one. It started out with about a 4 or 5 pounder to get his day going. So still got plenty of prospects left on the table for today. Everybody working hard to make that 50 cut. That's what today is all about. Matt Robertson, what a path he's on. Kind of trending towards century territory there. Maybe a little early to call that, but Brandon Cobb with the big fish of the day. Paul Mueller, Luke Palmer, and all the rest. We got plenty more to come from Santee Cooper. Stay with us.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota.
104 anglers out there, Bassmaster Elite Series, so very important to get as many points as you can. Today, that all hinges on making the top 50. The top 50 alone will get to collect points for potentially Saturday and even Sunday if they do well enough. Taking a look at a little bit what's going on under the water there as we head out to Kyle Welcher.
Tommy, I saw a little tuft of milfoil in that underwater shot right there. Good stuff. Mixed in with the eelgrass. Kyle Welcher live. 2 fish in his live well. Definitely not the size that he weighed in on day 1 of this event.
Again, he had almost just under 25 on day 1.
He got it. He came up to it. It's a nice one. Take him if we can get him, which I plan on getting him. He's up front. Feisty little sucker. He ain't real big. Gosh. We're getting there. I need to go over and catch that dang fry garter. That's what I need to catch. $2-pounder.
Well, I know, Ronnie, you talked about it a little bit. If he can crack that code with the lakes that we have left, at least in the south.
That's how it's supposed to happen.
Kyle
You're
Welcher
supposed to throw in front of one and they're supposed to come up there and eat it like that one did.
Kyle Welcher can crack the code of the smallmouth. He will be a handful the rest of this season.
Great season for Kyle.
Wow, look at that. That is a great, great drone shot of what your leader is concentrating on. A giant eelgrass flat that Matt Robertson said a lot of these post-spawn fish are coming from. And I guarantee you, you look at that flat right there.
So
I am sure they have spawned on
got a
it.
big flat here. And as you can see up towards the bank, there's a bunch of stumps, but out here under the water there's a whole bunch of stumps about a foot under the water. And there's areas like, there's a bunch of patchy and scattered eelgrass. Like there's a patch right there. Some of the areas are a little more thicker than others. And yeah, it doesn't, like a lot of times you'll find a spot where like there's a school in the eelgrass, but it's like they're not schooled up. They're just kind of roaming out in this eelgrass. And we're just you know, throwing a swim bait in the top water. I've had a little bit of luck with the top water in the sun, and kind of got a mix of it right now, but I know we do got a couple 2-pounders in there, and I feel like it's only a matter of time before we connect with one. Been wrong before, but just missed I don't think it was a giant, but one blew up right under the top water a few minutes ago, about 20 feet from the boat. But yeah, man, we're gonna milk it out in here all day. The fish is in here to win this thing for sure. There's magnums in here.
That drone shot was good. Because of the conditions, it's been hard for me to tell how clear the water. It's clearer than I thought.
Very clean down in that section of Moultrie, and there's quite a few competitors and other leaders within sight of Matt Robertson.
Got a couple other good stretches, like I caught some over at B.A.S.S. I'm trying to leave him alone now. I know he wouldn't mind for me to come through there, but I got another little area over there I hadn't seen nobody on today. Had a great big one follow it in yesterday over there, but you just don't know where you're gonna get bit out here, honestly. I mean, I ought to be fishing a little faster through some of this, but just because there are there are some areas where they're at more, but I'm telling you, they're just swimming everywhere out here, and you never know where you're gonna get bit at. But I do think they're keying in more on the eelgrass, because I've cast, like where I'm at now, there's not as much eelgrass. I got about another 100, 200 yards, but I have caught a few out away from the grass, out on more of these stumps.
Kind of got the best of all the worlds right there where Matt Robertson is at, talking about how a lot of the post-spawn fish funneling to that, but that is also a giant spawning flat, very hard bottom, stumps, eelgrass.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Giant 7-pounder. Need to take this off. Thought I hooked it good, dude. I torqued that sucker. He came up, must have been skin hooked. See the size of that bass? Biggest thing I've had all week. That fish was just cruising, so some of those are not catfish, apparently. That's crazy, dude. Every bit of 7 pounds. Every bit of 7 pounds. Nothing you can do. I mean, I torqued that sucker. I couldn't set the hook any harder. Probably skin hooked. Came up and jumped, and the hook probably tore out or something. At least you know we're around some big ones. This is a spot I didn't know if there was big ones. I've seen 2 big ones, and then that one. And look, dude, the worm, the reason I lost it, the friggin' worm got double hooked. Yeesh. Just never penetrated. My oh me. That was a great old big one. Saw the head on that son of a gun. Gosh dang.
years a guide on Candlewood Lake up there in Connecticut.
Tommy, that was a absolute horse in a tournament where you are not getting a lot of bites. That is a big miss, and like he said, just didn't do anything wrong. Well,
he's around him, obviously, as he pointed out there.
I'll let you go live when I'm about to move.
Hitter for Matt Robertson.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hop across real quick.
Tommy, that aerial of Matt Robertson, a lot of our Florida anglers probably relate to this. That aerial looking at that eelgrass flat reminded me of the Redfish Cup days where you'd see eelgrass flats with potholes.
Yeah.
You know, and guaranteed a lot of those bass probably set up the same way in something like that.
Yeah, you'd see those ditches leading in and out of those flats just packed with redfish.
Yes.
Very, very fun to watch.
Still to this day, not sure why I was analyst on the Redfish Cup.
Oh, you did a great job.
It was a quick learning curve. Those were fun days, man.
Yeah.
Very. Plus, having some of the best red fishermen on earth take you out, you learn fairly quick.
Mm-hmm. It was a good bunch.
Yes.
Fun bunch.
Very. Too fun.
Yeah,
Too fun.
Yeah, they did not hold back on fun.
No. No.
We've seen that with Redfish Cup Live the last 2 years.
Yeah, a little bit of that.
As soon as the boat hits the dock.
Yeah.
Yes. Good growing experience in my television career.
Oh. Well, Matt Robertson getting the job done today so far. Man, oh man. Limit in the boat now. 10-pound lead ahead of Brandon Cobb. Brandon Cobb, who has the Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the day at 7 pounds. Paul Mueller hanging in there. No giants for Paul Mueller, but he's around him. We just saw some evidence of that. There was a big one that just came off on him. Luke Palmer, big ones early in the day. Carl Jochimson, great season, great tournament. David Gaston. Steve Kennedy has fished his way back into the top 10 as well. More to come. We'll be right back.
What's that 5-pounder I shook off yesterday? Off the bat this morning, I went looking for some random things. Started casting a wacky worm on trees, and that's what I ended up catching pretty much all my fish doing. And unfortunately though, 3 of the fish I weighed today were fish that I shook off yesterday. I already knew they were there. So I pretty much caught all the fish I knew were there. So tomorrow we're gonna have to go find new ones. I got maybe 3 or 4 more I shook off that didn't feel very big. I don't know if they're even still there. But I don't know enough about this tree fishing to know if the fish reload or not. So tomorrow I'm just gonna go fish trees all day again like I did today. That's literally all I did, fish trees with a wacky worm. Number 1, trying to be quiet.
That was your Bass Pro Shops top lures there as we come back to day 2 action here at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. Clarendon County, South Carolina. Like we said, we're going to cut the field from 104 down to just the top 50 going into semifinals Saturday. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and I wanted to kind of break down for people who are thinking there's a maze of trees and which ones do you choose? How do the anglers know which ones are high percentage trees, which ones are low percentage trees? When we look at the map on a notoriously shallow place, it's hard to see sometimes what makes a difference contour-wise. And looking at the maps, you can see obviously this place is still pretty deep. Once you get to the main drag and the channels, it drops off into the 30, 40, 50-foot range. But otherwise, when you get out of those main channels and you get off the beaten path, it gets shallow pretty quick. Far off the bank, these are all areas that still have plenty of cypress trees and flooded cover all around these different depth zones. Obviously, I've got it colored here for your Lake Master chart. 0 to 3 is red, 4 to 7 is green, that 7 to 10 is yellow, and then blues drop off as it gets deeper. But looking at a Google Earth comparison of the same general areas, you look at all of these tree lines, and sometimes you might want to go into the heaviest portion of trees where you think that there's going to be a lot of fish or the biggest one's going to be buried up in there. But we saw yesterday with Brandon Cobb that some of these trees that are off by themselves may be the ones that you want to target for fish that maybe a one single fish that's got a tree to himself. And on this last map screenshot, it kind of shows it perfectly if it'll work for me. It doesn't, there it is. When you look at that same exact screenshot from Google Earth, you can see that pot of trees was right here on that 5 to 7 foot range. Meanwhile, those isolated trees can also be in that 5 to 7 range, but way off by themselves. Meanwhile, you'll have a pot of trees over here in 0 to 3, but the 0 to 3 ones over here are by themselves. So there's a different way of approaching it. Sometimes you want to go into the most cover possible and fish your day. Sometimes it's those isolated places where minimal casts can go, but if you throw 20 casts at a tree, it may result in a 5 or 6 pounder. We saw that on day one from a couple guys on camera.
Exactly. Brian Smith, one of those anglers, Ronnie, you nailed that. Where there's a little bit more contour near some of those key magic trees on Marion, deep water might cut up to it, and that's all relative. It could only be a 1 foot difference. But what's funny is, I made this comment on one of my shows after taping down in Moultrie, is those magic trees that produce year after year, day after day, it could be the same bottom, and it's weird. They're kind of like magic docks. There are certain docks on certain lakes. It's the same bottom to the right, same bottom to the left on a stretch of docks, but they live on that certain dock. It's very, very similar to the magic trees here on Santee Cooper Lakes. And a lot of times they have no reason why. I've asked a lot of the locals that blow tournaments away here, why is that tree good and the one on the right's not? And I don't know, just is and always has been.
And even more so now, Z, with the X factor of eelgrass. Brandon Cobb was talking about there's some trees. He didn't like fishing the trees with eelgrass right up around it because it's harder to fish. You got less of a strike zone for it. But yet he said, I needed to go to some of those because that's where I've been getting bit as well. And some of these trees have a lot more, the cypress knees that come way out. So you're not just fishing the base of the tree, you're fishing 10 feet away from it, It's an interesting type of structure.
And Patrick Walters, who had a miserable day yesterday, said he felt that a lot of the magic trees through the years are not as good now with that eelgrass. And Kyle Norsetter, looking at down in the bottom right-hand corner, felt the cloud cover kept fish in the eelgrass instead of pushing them into those trees. And the last thing he wanted today was sun, which you hear that a lot here, that sun definitely positions them tighter to those cypress trees. So it's turning into a way different Santee Cooper now.
I was reading some of the history of the lake, and when they impounded Marion back 80 years ago, they did not cut a lot of timber. They left the trees.
Yeah.
But Moultrie, they did cut a lot. So Moultrie now has got the stumps, which make Moultrie kind of a little more daunting to get around in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Moultrie has the big military, I guess, station or position placed down by the dam there.
Yeah, air station, yeah.
not far from where Paul Mueller was, and so you can see on there the straight buoy line that you go straight from the mouth, you know, that would go from the canal to the dam. But getting out of that channel, like you said, there are some trees the size of your boat waiting on you, or the front deck of your boat.
Yeah. And if you're watching Bassmaster Live and you've not been here, your first time here, when you launch your boat, you're like, where do I start? It is a target-rich environment.
There are a lot of lakes, Z, that get a lot of pressure 24/7, 365. This place gets a ton of pressure probably throughout the year, but more so March to the time period we're at now. Do you think that now that there's eelgrass off the bank, not necessarily right on the trees, that some of these fish that just, you're having baits hit these trees so frequently with how many tournament boats skipping trees, that these fish may feel more comfortable as soon as they feel the presence of pressure? They're just gonna loaf out in the grass now if that's an option.
Well, no, it's gonna be an option. You know, the cypress trees are what they have had to live on. You know, it's what was there, it's what was available. It's great cover. It's a great ambush spot, obviously, for a bass. But you know, I know there's a lot of our local friends that dominate on this body of water. And with that amount of eelgrass, dude, fish use eelgrass on every lake we go to if it's offered. There's a lot of local fishermen that are going to have to relearn this lake, because it is going to be a major factor for years to come.
Still just 3 fish for Kyle Norsetter.
You've seen that happen at Gunnersville in the last 5 to 8 years. You know, Gunnersville for the most part was milfoil, hydrilla, and then the introduction of eelgrass definitely changed the face of that body of water. You'll see that same thing happen here. There's a good look at it. That's it right there. And when that gets introduced into a lake, bass's behavior compared to what it was definitely changed. It's great underwater look at what we've been talking about the last 2 days.
Which, Tommy, will also lend itself to the clear water, like you were talking about, how clear some of these shots are. That some of these areas may notoriously get blown out, may stay a little cleaner when those crazy weather comes
filter,
through.
Yeah.
Well, was it mentioned last year when we were here that it was taking hold? Because it had to grow really fast.
It exploded, by all accounts.
And surprisingly, eelgrass is really prevalent on the Great Lakes. A lot of people don't, you know, that just go out and run around and chase smallmouth, but eelgrass really dictates how largemouth on the Great Lakes act now.
Well, we've seen it take hold at Gunnersville, like you said, and then can skip a couple of the lakes on the chain and not really take hold there, and then Pickwick it takes hold, and then, you know, it's different how certain bodies of water are apt to it, and how essential it was to a place like the St. Johns River, you know, like that really needed all those different grasses, and then when it's gone, you see how much help it actually did.
Yeah, big difference.
And I think one of the reasons why eelgrass is so productive, it's a pain. Eelgrass is a pain to fish, but one of the reasons it's always so productive, generally it thrives and grows on a hard bottom.
About 10 limits today so far, and Robertson still holds the best at 18 pounds. Steve Kennedy has the second best weight at 15.5 pounds on 3 fish.
I don't think he'll help any. God, he sounded so big.
I think we'll see quite a few
Kennedy
bags like that the rest of the week, Such. Like we saw Brandon Polnick with 3 for 14 till he catches a 6-pounder yesterday and has 4 for 20. You know, and so
the one we got in there.
Almost 22.
Cobb and Kennedy are on the same kind of train right now today.
Yeah, 4 for 15 for Cobb in second place. Jacob Perazek just finished his limit with a 5-pounder. He's up to 8th place with 15 and a quarter.
Yeah, and as slow as it was for Kennedy yesterday on Moultrie, he has pushed that shad spawn deal around the 95 bridge a lot longer today than he did on day number 1 here.
That one did not help Matt Robertson. He got all the 2-pounders he needs at this point.
Him or the other one I was about to grab to the weigh-in.
You got 2 2-pounders in there, 18-pound total. 46 total over 2 days. Plenty of room to upgrade.
Definitely a solid morning for Matt Robertson. Swim bait and a topwater bait, pretty much the 2 bullets he has had.
Kyle Welcher not finding the big ones like he did on day number 1. Well, Norsetter started with a good one.
Good fish with Paul Mueller earlier. Saw a giant miss, probably the biggest bass we have seen on camera this week, actually, not getting into the boat. But
giant.
All eyes going to be on this angler from Kentucky
giant.
later today. Matt Robertson definitely in the driver's seat.
Definitely the story atop our leaderboard today, down at the 50th spot. That's another big story, and that will be decided this afternoon at the weigh-in. We can see right there coming up starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Our coverage continues on Bassmaster.com with live mix, and then at 12 Eastern Time, Dave and Davey going to give us some on-location coverage from right there at Santee Cooper. Thanks for being with us this morning, and stay with us for more from the Santee Cooper Lakes.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
You good right there?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Not a lot to watch, though, is there? Oh, you got serious again on me. Pick the goods back up. I hear you. Stay out for a while, son. That's a mudfish. That was a big mudfish. Big old mudfish. Thought it was anyway. Got to do something different. Got to do something different. This is just not happening, sir.
Who are these guys? Do you know? Locals? Get off of there. Come on, get it closer. Get it closer. There we go. If we're not going to get bit, we're not going to give them an excuse. Still struggling. Update, still struggling. Oh, I cannot believe this. I don't know how you can fish this many trees and just not get any bites. Like, these are the conditions I wanted. Calm, sunny. Everything I could have asked for, except for no fish. I was just saying, I'm missing something. I don't know what it is. I don't know if... I feel like I've mixed it up pretty well, though. I've fished, you know, isolated ones, deeper ones, shallower ones. Unless all of a sudden they just stopped using cypress trees on Santee Cooper. I couldn't tell you what's going on. I mean, at this point, we're just trying to make it to tomorrow. I never thought, I mean, I said it yesterday, I didn't know if I could do it again. I'm surely not doing it again, but I didn't know it'd be this bad. This is, let's see, we need to go to that one. This is pretty bad. But I don't got anything else to do, so it makes it pretty easy for me. Just keep bouncing around. I mean, it's, you know, even yesterday I had to hit a bunch of trees before I got bit. I'm just not getting bit right now. But it would take, you know, 80, 90 trees before I'd get a bite. Unfortunately, today we're on tree 863, I think, without a bite. But that doesn't mean this next one's not gonna have a 5-pounder sitting underneath it. Just gotta keep it rolling. Still got plenty of time. The sun's finally been out for a little bit. Hopefully it starts positioning these fish in these little shade pockets like they were yesterday. And I'm just gonna keep hitting my trees. Like, this is the perfect tree. It's right next to a depression, all by itself. It's funny, I didn't get bit off these trees. I didn't get bit off these trees in practice because I never fished them. Like, these ones way out here, I didn't take any time. I figured I was gonna fish it anyway. These ones way out here. But this is it. This is the kind of tree I'm looking for right here.
There was one on there. Oh, dang it. I thought that was just the eelgrass. Well, that's a bite. We will remember this tree and come back to it. Maybe that was just the roots. I don't know. Some of these got a big old root system at the bottom of it. And it can be very convincing at times. Let's see, that guy just hit those. We're gonna go over there. My shots on goal program is not working very well today. I figured I'd just fish enough of them, you get bit. But that is clearly not working.
One of the most amazing things about this classic is the fishing freaks that showed up here in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Look at that crowd. It is for the fans.
Blast off, there's all the media, the fans, family, you're in that moment.
A new all-time attendance record for the Bassmaster Classic this week in Knoxville, Tennessee.
I think everybody that shows up to the Classic wants to feel a little bit of what we are feeling.
When they open that door and pull you into that coliseum, the adrenaline rush of that, it's insane.
Giant bass!
All the records set here in Knoxville in 2019 have been reset here again.
6 pounds, 13 ounces! Gussie gets it done! And oh, Canada, you have a Bassmaster Classic champion!
There we go.
That was a good one.
That was. I didn't even see it. You think you would see something like that? Especially when you run directly over it. Didn't even see it. It's a good thing I wasn't going any faster. We would have had some problems.
Oh, stay pegged. Oh, that's a big one too. One of them days. It's a 5-pounder. One of them days. One of them days. One of them days. That's all you can say. Do what?
That's it, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's part of it. I mean, you gotta fight your way through this. That was a good one. That was the one we needed, but maybe we've seen something 2 bites that quick. That one's wearing a worm. He's wearing a hook anyway, isn't he? Mama never said it was going to be easy. That's a little bit beefier leader too. That's 12 pound. That's still no match for the stuff in here. That's 2 bites in 10 minutes. Yeah, nothing works. Just wait till your hands quit working. That'll really set you back. Don't that just take the cake right there? Maybe we learned something though. I got more hooks and I got more worms. This is an area I've got some. Crap. That's all you can do. Go bear hunting with a switch. That was $10,000 right there. That would have got me where I needed to be. Get another bite. Oh, there's plenty of time. We got plenty of time.
Thank you. It's funny, I never really catch any when Sego's around. And it's not, you know, we joke about it, but he did capture that 712. He didn't capture it, but I had it, and I'm like, come and take a picture of this. So he did. He was there for that, and I told him, I said, it don't matter about the rest of the stuff. That's the one that counts. Might never see a smallmouth like that again. I gotta slow down in some of this shallow stuff. It is so hard to do that too. It's like you're stalking about, you know what I mean? It's like if you make the wrong step, you spook the animal. I'm actually glad that they're leaving too, because I got stuff I want to fish, and I'm not saying I'm holding back because I'm fishing, but I don't want to. There we go. Oh, come on, eat it. Should have been done deal. Nose right down on it. And I got the dang stump that he was on. Gosh. But I don't know. That whole following the thing around, I'm not a fan of that. Do you believe that thing nosed down on it and did not eat it? And now, not only did he not eat it, I have no idea where the heck he is. He gave it he just went. I'm like, oh, for sure. I'm like just ready to wind back at that point. But yeah, I don't. If I don't have to show everything, I'd rather not either. Not now, not in day 2. It takes a while to go through all this.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Back-to-back events here in the great state of South Carolina, and our second event being held in Caledon County, South Carolina, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. And we've been here a few times, and of course, last year cracked 100 pounds. And the big question is, can we do it again? Well, speaking of again, last week's day 1 leader, Matt Robertson, struggled on day 2, not this time around. He is leading unofficially right now with 46 pounds and an ounce. Luke Palmer, who finished 4th here last year, in 2nd place. And Paul Mueller, been a while since he's been up top the leaderboard, and he was pretty excited yesterday during the weigh-in, and I'm sure he's going to be very, very excited enduring today's weigh. And speaking of excited, you see Brandon Cobb once again in 4th place. He is your Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader. But let's get caught up on all the doings here on day number 2. As Tommy Sanders always calls it, it is moving day. You got to move inside the top 50. And the guy who's been perpetually living there this year, Stone Cold Kyle Welcher.
Yeah, Kyle Welcher having another good year. He's been one of your favorites, I think, Dave Mercer, since he's been on the Bassmaster Elite Series trail, and he's become a lot of people's favorite. Very consistent angler. Finished second in the Bassmaster Classic just a couple of years ago. Had a good day yesterday. A little slower for him today, but he is down in the lower lake quite a bit, fishing a little bit of Lake Moultrie and Lake Marion. But Kyle Welcher really likes a place like this, Santee Cooper. I've talked to him about it before. He likes, because it's so big, it's so massive, he doesn't have to fish around a lot of other anglers.
Here's a young rookie, Kyle Norsetter. Had a great day yesterday and currently sitting in 13th.
Yeah, Kyle's spending his time around a lot of other anglers in the upper lake, Lake Marion, catching most of his fish you see right there on a spinnerbait, fishing a combination of trees and the eelgrass. More eelgrass than a lot of these other anglers, not more than a lot of them in our top 6 because they have really focused on that. But Kyle Norsetter having a good tournament in his rookie year. We're going to get to know him here this week, I hope.
He is a 2-time Elite Series champion, Paul Mueller.
One more time. Mueller. I like that. So Paul Mueller, like you said, 2-time winner there for a few years. It's like, man, he's making our top 10 about every other week, it seemed like. A little bit of a dry spell, but he chose to go down to Lake Moultrie and spend most of his time. He's always been one that it's able to explain what he's doing with his electronics. He is using forward-facing sonar on Lake Moultrie, catching most of his fish, using a combination of a wacky rig, a drop shot, and I've noticed a couple, let's say 8 to 12-foot diving crankbaits on his front deck, which really surprised me just a little bit.
Well, you can't forget about the man with the plan saying, catch me if you can, the one and only Matt Robertson.
Yeah, Matt Robertson, you see, he loves to throw a big swim bait, and we've had the conditions for it leading up to now. The wind and the clouds are really great conditions to throw a swim bait, whether you're fishing around the trees like you saw that first fish, or these last two. The last one and this one is big fish so far today. Offshore, Lake Moultrie, eelgrass. Big swim bait and a big top water bait. That one there on the top water. Lots of fun. He, like you mentioned, had a lot of fun last week on the top water. The first day was not able to follow that up on day 2, but he has done that here and gotten himself to almost a 10-pound lead.
Well, welcome to our on-location coverage. I'm Dave Mercer, joined by Bassmaster Classic champion, Angler of the Year, and Bass Fishing Hall of Famer Davey Height. And Matt Robertson, for the second week in a row, is threatening to win this event. And I talked to the staff reporters, and I actually heard the tape of his interview with all of our writers, and it was it was like a battle listening to the reporters trying to get information out of him and him refusing to give information just simply because he said, man, I gave out too much last week. I want to seal the deal on this title.
He did maybe give out a little bit too much last week, but Lake Murray, where I grew up, and a lot of time I've spent fishing here on Lake Marion and Lake Moultrie. I'll be honest with you, last week when he led day 1 and I found out how he was leading it, I had no faith, unfortunately, that he would be able to do that for 3 more days. Here, he hasn't told me exactly what he's doing, but I know what he's doing because I know enough about what's going on down there, and he's got a great chance to win this tournament if he keeps doing exactly what he's doing.
Matt Robertson, for the second week in a row, threatening to win. He's won a Bassmaster Open, but he would love to seal the deal on an Elite Series title. And there, a look at our playing field, Santee Cooper Lakes, and trying to whittle our field down to our top 50. You got to be inside the top 50 to keep your tournament alive. And really happy to see Paul Mueller once again catching him. An incredible angler, you know, a former Bass Nation national champion, but really has been on a tough course the last year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah, you're exactly right. But if you think about his last win, he went kind of against the grain, went a very long way away from takeoff, and he is doing that here. So maybe he just needed to kind of get back in that routine.
It's good. It's good. I know. I see it. Oh, it's not as big as the other one. Dang it. It's all right. We'll take it. We need it. We need a 5th fish anyway. Dude, there was 2 of them. And like I said, when they engage with it, I don't look at the screen no more. I just work the bait, wait for the bite. But I mean, they competed over it. The little one bit it.
Dude, the one with it was twice the size. No, it's not bad.
Obviously, this would be his limit fish.
It's not bad. I don't know about that, but it's a fish we need anyway. She likes to be on television. It's not ready yet. Gosh, these fish fight like crazy. When I set the hook, it took off. It took off like crazy. See, and that's the thing. Some of them get skin hooked, but that one had a little meat on it. That bass before that I lost, that real big one, that hook never went in. These Gamakatsus, man, if they go in, you do not lose fish. But you could see too, that fish was skin hooked, where if I pull too hard, I may lose that fish too. But I didn't pull too hard on the other one. That hook just never went in that fish. Put that thing, I'll put him in there. I want to weigh him. I don't know what I did with put him in the skid thing for a minute. He's 5, I'll weigh him when we got a call. I ain't gonna play around. Oh, slow and steady grind. But the thing is, there's potential too. That's the thing. Like, I'm seeing fish. Not a lot, but I'm seeing fish. So that's got to be, what do you think, a 3-pounder?
That's a 3-pounder there. Probably a little bit.
A little bit more?
Change, yeah.
See, as soon as I leave. Poor Sego. That was shallow. Like, I almost didn't pull up this shallow, but there's stumps all through here. And I think there's bass all through here too. They just spread out where you just have to move around. There's a balance of, you go too fast and you spook fish. You don't see the full picture. And I was going slow through here, dude, and I had opportunities. I couldn't even present a bait to some of them, because some of them are so tight to that cover that you don't see them till you get close to them. And if you get within 40, 50 feet of those fish, you've revealed yourself. You got to be like, that was 60 foot away. That's about as close as I want to get to those fish. So it's tough. It's tough, and you know, them little ones are biting. You know, dude, there was one with it. It was twice as big. You know, probably a big female, or who knows. I mean, there's fish around here. We just got to keep. What I think is amazing though is how fast that fish went for, like, how they both went at it, like, real fast. And I'm like, oh boy, I know what that's gonna be. But then I had one right there that, same thing, like it nosed down on it. I'm like, oh, that's done deal, and never bit it. Can't catch them all, I guess.
Well, Paul Mueller, no stranger to wins, will leave his television show basically for the last 10 minutes or so and look at the 2 wins that Paul Mueller had, and not including, of course, his Bass Nation National Championship.
Yeah, Paul Mueller really put on a show and showed a lot of people how efficient he is with his electronics. Lake Lanier, I think it was February 2019, maybe early March. I think February 2019, caught a couple just stud spotted bass. I think that one was about a 6-pounder. Paul Mueller held the first blue trophy over his head. The next year, he got going the same way.
That'll work.
Early in 2020, St. Johns River, he chose to go north up the river. Probably 98% of the field went to the south of Palatka, Florida, and he was able to get another blue trophy in almost exactly a year apart. A lot of top 10s in between there, but Paul Mueller back on his game here today on Lake Moultrie.
Mueller has a good history with Palatka. A lot of stories. I remember one year he had to leave the tournament early for the birth of his son. And then he took the win there. And this morning, that very son, Waylon, threatened camera guy Jake Latondra said, "You better take care of my dad today." I think it's going good. Oh, Skeeter Boats, BFA, big fish alert. Drew Benton, last week's champion, 7 pounds 4 ounces.
7 pound 4 ounces. That's the one that I don't know this, but just guessing. I heard Drew Benton and Drew Cook talk about a 7 pounder they weren't able to get to bite yesterday afternoon, but that might be her. Wouldn't doubt it a bit. Not a lot of 7 pounders left up on the bed here on these two lakes, but I'm sure there's some. Mark Menendez fishing quite a bit north of the launch. Certainly the only one we've got a camera with up in that area. Not surprising to me, had a real good day yesterday, much slower today. That area of Lake Marion has not been consistent all spring. Catch a good stringer one day and go bad the next. And it bit a few people yesterday, but luckily for Mark Menendez, he was not one of them. But it's much, much slower for him here today than yesterday. The good thing about that area, though, it only takes 4 bites. We saw some anglers yesterday with 3 or 4 fish. Larry Nixon with 2 for 12 something. It only takes a few bites, and it doesn't take long to get 3 or 4 bites anywhere on these two lakes.
Polnick at 4 for 21.
Yes, incredible.
Your TH Marine weather, you can see today a high of 82, low of 61. Cloudy, west-southwest winds 10 to 15. So, beautiful day. And tomorrow, 85 degrees, a low of 64. Sunny, west-southwest winds 5 to 10. So, pretty consistent for today and tomorrow.
And that'll be the end of the consistency for the week. Sunday's supposed to be much, much different.
Well, it's Championship Sunday, so of course it's going to get a little cooler, 76 degrees with a low of 54 and some morning thunderstorms. It wouldn't be Championship Sunday if somebody didn't throw a wrench in it, and this time it is courtesy of our TH Marine Weather Watch.
Matt Robertson, Paul Mueller, Kyle Welcher fishing Lake Moultrie. I've seen some wind forecasts. That's a couple days away. It's hard to predict the weather, let alone the wind speeds a few days out. But I've seen some 20 to 25, gust up to 35. That's if you've never been on Lake Moultrie with the winds like that, that'll change things a lot. A lot.
Well, we've been getting lucky so far weather-wise. I mean, what we've had to deal with has been good. But quite the big storm we had, it was forecast to hit during the day. It didn't. It pushed back into the evening. And then last night we had a bunch of rain as well. And a storm moved through that was supposed to be yesterday afternoon, and it pushed back a little bit. So let's hope.
Mother Nature has been kind to you on the way-ins this week. Last week, too.
Yeah.
We've had some thunderstorms, and a day or two out has been predicting they'd be during the weigh-in, but we have not had that. We've been blessed with really good weather, and it is absolutely gorgeous here right now.
Mother Nature, obviously a Bassmaster fan.
Yes.
Bryant Smith, a highly touted West Coast rookie. I mean, Kent Brown could not. I mean, every time he weighs in a big bag, I think about Kent Brown in wherever he is in the West Coast, jumping up and down with excitement. Cool story. Actually, a picture that Kent showed me of him on a trout pond when Bryant Smith was, a young man, and showing, I don't know if he's showing how to fish, or they were just, maybe Bryant was showing him how to fish,
right.
But the picture looks good. It's cool when you hear stories like that. And little known story by many people. Our current leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points once won a coloring contest to go fishing with a pro angler. Brandon Cobb, is this true?
That is true. That is true.
Wow.
I wish I had a picture with young Brandon Cobb when he was back in those days. He was he's young now still, but he was certainly young back then.
I'm sure you kept the coloring on your fridge, didn't you, Dave?
Yeah, but Natalie took it down when I was off at a tournament one time, and we've been looking for it for quite a while.
Mark Menendez, Brian Smith, Matt Robertson, and Kyle Norsetter, your 4 box live on the water right now. The goal today is stay inside the top 50. 104 anglers started out this event. We have 104 on the water today. But this time tomorrow, there will only be 50. Atop the leaderboard right now, Matt Robertson with 46 pounds and an ounce. And Davey, what do we got to watch?
You almost got to hope, I'll be honest with you, almost got to hope someone else down on the lower end, Kyle Welcher, can make a move, because Matt Robertson is kind of extending that lead more than we like.
We'll be right back from the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. Bassmaster Live.
Yes! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Welcome back to sunny South Carolina. Whether it's moving day or figure it out Friday, depending on what side of the 50 cut you were on after yesterday's weigh-in, you got to get inside the top 50, and there's some great underwater footage of this fishery, Davey Height.
That is great footage. That is the eelgrass that we have been talking about, and that's the eelgrass that has just exploded here in the last year, and I am super excited about it. Super excited to hear the people from Santee Cooper saying that, hey, we're probably not going to mess with that. That is native vegetation, and we know it's good habitat, not only for the fish, but for the ducks. A lot of duck hunting around this part of South Carolina, so great footage there. And you can even see, you'll see a hole, and it looks like a bed every once in a while. I talked to Wes Miller yesterday after he shot that stuff, and he said it was really, really cool. You could see the little holes where those fish had been spawning.
Out on the water live, Mueller, Robertson, Welcher, and Norsetter.
So I heard you mentioned earlier about Matt Robertson's interview with the writers yesterday, not revealing anything. I was around Matt, Chris Corey Johnston, and Seth Fighter. I think they all roomed together yesterday afternoon. He wasn't giving them any of the goods either. And they started, you know how groups get like that when we're buds, and you're not telling them. Well, you didn't tell me last time. Well, you did, but it was the last day of practice before you told me. So they were having a little fun with, he's being very tight-lipped with everyone.
He did say, I think I'm doing something different. I think he's got a different approach. I don't know exactly what that is, but he feels like he's doing something that's totally different. What stands out to you, Dave?
Well, you see 3 of our 6 cameras in Lake Moultrie that you think, well, maybe half the field is at Lake Moultrie, but there's not many of our anglers in Lake Moultrie. And I get it. A lot of these anglers have only fished here last year, and this year the fishing is so good. The tournament was first and second place, both over 100 pounds last year, caught in Lake Marion. Why should I drive another 20, 30, 40 miles? But this year, especially the last few weeks, Lake Moultrie has really shined. So I think a lot of what he's saying about I'm doing something different, there's just not a lot of fishermen down there.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of fishermen in the upper lake that have tried to fish the eelgrass, because it's in both lakes quite a bit more than last time.
Hooked up.
Here we go. Couldn't tell what size fish that was. Might help.
That was a long time. And I don't think he'll help. We're going to weigh a couple of them just to see. So I didn't think I'd go that long without a bite. But, get me a little excited. Yeah. I had to borrow one of Seth's scales because my battery went dead in mine. And I do not know how to use this thing. It's like, I really don't. 198. I don't think that's going to help nothing, but we will check. Got a couple of dingers.
Dealing with a lot of mechanical issues, whether it be scales or his own trying to fix things last week, but not struggling with big fish. This him at the weigh-in yesterday, 28 pounds and an ounce. That was our VMC monster bag of the day, monster bag of the tournament, and your overall tournament leader with 28 pounds and an ounce. And as we've said a bunch of times, the exact same spot he was in after day number 1 last week was our day 1 leader, but things got a little tougher in day 2 for Matt Robertson, but
that's all.
Day 2 this time around, a lot better and a lot.
Couple fours.
Keeping things a lot closer to the vest.
Yep, he last week after he weighed, went down on the dock with Brian Evie, and he gave out all the goods. Said, hey, this is the bait I called everyone I weighed, and this is how I'm fishing it. This is where I'm fishing it. I only got to fish for the second half of the day because I had boat troubles, but he has not been quite so revealing here this week.
And, you know, you can't blame him. He's trying to win a tournament.
Sure.
And, you know, something as simple as being on one particular lake. There's anglers that move. And there's
absolutely.
50 of them out there tomorrow, and a percentage of them will move.
Day 2 is moving day, and that's moving in a lot of different definitions of moving. Moving up and down the leaderboard, moving around from
good and two.
But you can't expect someone to, you know, if they're in 80th place, to go back and fish the exact same spot either.
Stone Cold Kyle Welcher hooked up.
Sounds like a good one, but any keeper would help him. Only 3 fish in live well right now.
Just get tired.
He's taking his time with this fish.
Got in the grass.
He's using
Got out of the grass.
spinning tackle, but I also think that, you know, he's taking the time because it looked like a real good one when it jumped. I didn't get a good look, but
he's having an incredible season. Currently in 2nd place in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year standings, just 11 points behind our overall leader, Brandon Cobb. And man, that's after his toughest season last year. I mean, 2nd place in that classic, but that really, I don't know if it was just the momentum from that, the heartbreak of getting that close, but the rest of the season, tough. But man, he's right back to where we are used to seeing Kyle Welcher.
yes, he is. I want to sure help him.
Not sure what he's throwing, but that fish wanted it.
Take that and.
Santee Cooper living up to the big fish lake that it is always known to be. You see a lot of the anglers that did not catch a limit yesterday. Unusual large amount, about 30, but there were so many of them that had 4 fish or less that had, you know, 12 to 21 pounds.
As you said, you're still on Santee Cooper Lakes, and big fish are the reason people travel from all around the world to come here. And no matter what stage the fish are in, the big bite is always going to win this tournament.
Yes, absolutely.
The shocking thing was, if you look at the standings compared to last year, the bottom end changed.
Yes.
But the top 50, I mean, the cut was still 14-7. I think last year it was 15-2. So it's
I think that'll
comparable.
change today, though, more.
Yeah.
I think, you
So
know.
this is actually an area that I did
normally
not
it's going to be
practice
the
in at
same
all.
or maybe go up a pound.
Yesterday
Last year
evening,
went
I
up
was just
several pounds
running
on
back
day
in.
2.
I had a pretty good bag, so I decided to come over here and look.
and I caught 4 or 5 like keepers. So I thought today it'd be, I only had 3, so I figured I'd pull up here and be able to catch some like fast. I went all the way through it, never caught a keeper. Then I turned around and went back to a stretch where I saw a few of them whenever I was trolling through, and I ended up catching a pretty good one. So there's a lot of them around here, but they got a lot of places to hide in this offshore grass. So I mean, it's just, all it is protect it from the current. When that grass gets in here, it has a really good opportunity to grow and really spread and get tall, because there's not a lot of, you know, constant motion of the water on them. So this is a really good area that's got a lot of grass. Almost too much grass, but where there's grass, there is bass.
Kyle Welcher fishing close to the diversion canal in Lake Moultrie.
The big bite dominates this fishery, and if you're going to win here, you're going to need a big bite. And let's have a look right here at how our big bites are broken down with our Mercury move of the day.
Yeah, you look at a Mercury move of the day, you look down at Lake Moultrie. It's a little deceiving, I must admit, because there's only a few fishermen down in our tournament down on Lake Moultrie, but Lake Marion is showing out, especially the lower end of Lake Marion, just like it did last year. Both of the 100-pound plus limits that were 4-day totals were caught on the lower end of Lake Marion last year. A lot more fishermen in Lake Marion than Lake Moultrie, but percentage-wise, a lot of those fishermen that were down there yesterday are down there today, so the big bite has been a little off down there today. Probably both of those, the 5 and the 6-pounder, coming from Matt Robertson. That's the area that he's fishing. Maybe Paul Mueller with one. Kyle Welcher with a 4.8 right there. But you see the 6 and 7-pounders caught on Lake Marion, and that is not surprising at all.
Back up with Paul Mueller live. He's bird dogging.
That's a good one too. Maybe not. It's. I mean, it'll help. It'll help. I thought for sure it was. By the way he's pulling, I'm like, man, it's a good one though. Oh, it'll help. It'll help. That's a good one.
I'd say that would help.
Come on with it, right?
We got this one hooked, so. Oh, he popped off. Oh, the drag was too tight. It's all right. He's all by himself,
That's
too.
the second one of those he's lost today. He lost about a 6-pounder earlier. That looked bigger than a 6 to me. Maybe 7.
Skin hooked
Let's
again,
watch
probably.
it again and have a look at that fish.
Too tight.
The thrill of victory and the agony of angling.
See the fish make a jump there, and he's still hooked up, but then it makes a surge close to the boat. Paul said his drag was too tight. That's when it's going to bite you, when your drag is too tight. That fish gets close to the boat. You have very little line stretch, if any, and then if that drag is too tight, it's just going to pull out. That hurts. That hurts times 2, because earlier today he lost one that was a good one also. Still a lot of fishing time, but it's hard to overcome losing 2 5+ pounders on any one given day in these Elite Series. Maybe he can. If you can do it, Santee Cooper
man.
is one of the few places that you can get multiple bites that size.
That's a star anyway. This place is one of those lakes that, you know, if you catch one good fish and you fill the limit, you have a decent day. You catch 2, you have a good day, and if you catch 3, you have a real good day. You're going to see some big bass this week for sure, despite how it's fishing. You know, when a place fishes tough like this and it still kicks out big bags and big bass, it's a phenomenal fishery. And I set the hook and took off.
Yes! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota.
For the second week in a row, we are singing Sweet Caroline, as in South Carolina. The second stop in the great state of South Carolina. This one in Clarendon County, South Carolina, on Santee Cooper Lakes. And Matt Robertson, for the second week in a row, is your tournament leader with 46 pounds and an ounce. He's keeping all the info tight to his vest, but we've had a camera with him, and we have been watching him have another great day on the water here, Davey Height. And you see that gap there. Are we going to see that tighten up?
Boy, we almost saw it tighten up quite a bit with Paul Mueller. He had that fish on, looked like it was 6.5, maybe 7 pounds. So Paul Mueller, hopefully he'll get another chance or two. There's some other anglers with a good move like Drew Benton has had here on the Marathon Peak Performance. Caught a 5-pounder to finish out his limit at 12:32. If you look, though, he had a big, long, dry spell. 9:24 his first fish, and then it was 11:22, almost just 2 minutes shy of 2 hours before he caught his third fish. But, boy, he's been really getting it done from 11:22 to 12:32. 4 fish and a 7.4 and a 5-pounder in there. Drew Benton certainly got it going back in the right direction. Marathon Peak Performance, Santee Cooper.
Big Fish Friday for Drew Benton. Hot off a win last week and trying to chase down that win. Matt Robertson, your tournament leader.
Zona and I have filmed here a couple times, been in the upper lake and the lower lake. I heard him talking earlier on live. It's hard to describe the beauty of Lake Marion, but then when you go through the canal to Lake Moultrie, it looks like an ocean.
Top water, trying to get 1 or 2 more big bites. I did catch a little one on a swim bait, and maybe I need to be throwing it, but we're just gonna kind of keep fishing around this eelgrass. I'm gonna work around where I haven't fished as much, and yeah, I mean, I'm actually surprised how much it slowed down, but I'm telling you, like, we're fishing for big ones, and sometimes it's just a process. Like, I don't think anybody's whacking them out here. Maybe they are, but I feel like at least this is a grinder tournament, and that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna keep on grinding it, man. I know there's big ones out here. There's a lot more big ones than what we've seen. And we just need a couple of them to show themselves, man. I may have to pick up that swim bait a little more. I hadn't got bit on topwater in a little bit, and I've been throwing the absolute crap out of it. And I mean, it's set up perfect. I've needed the sun for the topwater. Well, I felt like I've needed the sun. I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but I like it. But I did just catch a little one on a swim bait, so I'm gonna say we're probably fixing to go back to her and just see what happens. I think we just got to come across them, you know, like. Surely we brought this thing over one's head. I wouldn't mind cracking one on the old swimmer. All we got to do is get rid of 2 2-pounders. It's 2 bites. We still got a solid 2 hours left. Like I said, we're going to fish around a bit more, not go down my lines. And because I know they ain't the only. There's too much eelgrass out here. These things are just like roaming nomad. Like, I'll catch them not even on dots. So we're just gonna fish around a bit, off to the sides of where we caught them, whatnot.
It's always a show when you have Matt Robertson on camera. You know, that's what people want. I mean, the bass fishing world wants to see more Matt Robertson, and he was by far our best camera angler today, making him your power pole replay of the day.
Yeah, Matt Robertson, whether he likes it or not, is our power pole replay today. I think he's trying to just down talk it to us, just like he was doing the riders yesterday after the weigh-in. You might say it's a grinder, Matt Robertson, but it doesn't look like a grinder to me. It's midday, day 2. You've got 46 pounds unofficially, so call it a grinder if you want to. But Matt Robertson, you are a power pole replay of the day, and we're not calling that a grinder. Look at the size of those fish he's been able to catch on Lake Moultrie. The one thing I do agree with, or disagree with, is it's not really a grinder catching fish the size that he's caught. But those fish are really roaming a lot in that eelgrass, and it seems like they only set up in certain times of the day to feed, and man, if that's when you can get well in a hurry. But for the most part, you can go out there and spend a lot of time and not catch them. And I talked to an angler, Ryan Bowles, that fishes here a lot, and he said just a week or so ago, out in the same area that Matt Robertson is fishing, could fish around for 6 or 7 hours, and all of a sudden it might be 1 to 2 o'clock, it might be 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. You never could really put a time on it, but go from having 5 fish that weigh 10 pounds in a live well to 5 fish that weigh 28 pounds in a live well in a short period of time. So there's a lot of factors there. The current, the water level rising or falling is big on Lake Moultrie especially. Those fish, they move a lot when that water level starts falling just a little bit. I keep track of the water level on Lake Marion and Lake Moultrie days before I know I'm going to go fishing, the day I fish multiple times, because it's very, very important, especially on Lake Moultrie, to keep up with the water level rising or falling. It's been very stable. I actually think Matt would be catching them better if it started falling a little bit and pulling those fish out on those flats a little more.
Why do you think so few anglers are onto that bite?
I just think because this lake has been so good. You know, last year you catch 100 pounds and you didn't have to drive 10 miles. Why even go down there and look? And I really thought last year, even though there was just a few anglers that went down there, one of those anglers would be in contention to win. It didn't turn out to be that way. But where he's at, I'll wait at least until tomorrow. It's very obvious where he's at. It's historically a place where big fish are, but there's been no grass, or very, very little grass there for probably 10 years. Glad to see it coming back, and it is a fish factory, that general area that he's in. It's no surprise once the eelgrass got there that the fish catching has been really, really good there this year.
Weather, how does weather affect it?
The big thing is, I mean, I think he's right that, you know, the two baits he's using, the top water and the swim bait, should be good for any condition, as long as that wind doesn't blow like we have heard some reports it could blow on Sunday. If it blows 20 to 25 and then you have those gusts, it won't be a good day for him. That Lake Moultrie can literally get like an ocean. It's a big bowl with, you know, not a lot of high trees around it. It's just really got, you can get out of it in places, in Potato Creek and Waibu Creek and Tawkaw, in Utahville, the Pasture, Black Bottom. You can go a lot of places on this lake and get out of the wind somewhat. Not so much on the lower lake.
However, if he continues to lead like he does, I mean, he could just pad his lead up, and Sunday could just be a victory lap.
Well, I see one.
Could be.
Just likes to hang under the shade of the boat.
You see Paul, and it looks like, man, he's pulling away with it. Paul Mueller could be leading, if not, definitely knocking on the door with 2 of the fish we've seen him lose today, and I think he lost 1 or 2 yesterday, didn't he?
How does weather affect the area he's fishing?
Oh, he's farther.
Same deal.
He's on the other end of the lower lake. Yeah, it could be, let's say, some good footage if it blows that much and they choose to go down there. It'll honestly look like Lake Ontario outside of the St. Lawrence River. It's obviously not nearly as big, but look very similar. with
it looks
the waves.
Nothing like where Mark Menendez is fishing.
No.
That is stereotypical Santee Cooper. That's what you know what I mean? Yeah. That's the postcard.
Yeah. That's an area that you really have to pay attention to the wind, because it's not going to get very rough where he's at, but you got to keep your eyes on the tops of the trees and maybe look at your phone, the weather forecast. Just the weather for safety reasons, because when you come out of that swamp area, it gets wide open Lake Marion, and you can be late for weigh-in because you didn't realize there's 4 footers right outside of those trees.
Let's check in with West Coast rookie Bryant Smith. If for nothing else, just to make Kent Brown happy.
Yeah, Kent Brown was, oh, here we go.
Oh my God. No, wrong way fish. Wrong way fish. Wrong way fish. Get out of there. Oh, come here. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? That took way too long. Ay, ay, ay. What a disaster. We finally got one. Finally. Not a bad one. Not a bad one. I will take it. We don't even need to worry about that just yet. Culling, that's a funny joke. Yeah. We got a long way to go before we do that. Goodness gracious. I was just thinking too, I was like, you know, if I got bit, I wouldn't even know what to do. And I sure didn't, because that was a disaster. Fish pulled me under the boat in the eelgrass. I'm like, oh no, he's gonna come off, he's gonna come off. Yeah, so this is the rig that was working yesterday. That's not working so well today. It's just, this is a size 1. It's a decoy. It's kind of a wacky rig hook. It's one I like. There's a bunch on the market. 10-pound test. Needed every bit of it on that one. 10-pound test to 15-pound braid. I got it on and just a standard stick bait, nothing special. Green pumpkin. Alpha angler wrench, which is kind of a little heavier rod than what I would usually use for this, but it's, you're around a lot of cover, you need that heavier setup, you need something with a little more backbone, and then Lou's custom light spinning reel, you need a good drag too. Those fish yesterday, I'll talk about yesterday because today has obviously not been going very well, but yesterday I needed every bit of it because, those fish, man, when they want to go somewhere, they go somewhere, they don't care. And you're either coming with them or you're pretty well screwed. So that's what was working yesterday. Hopefully it starts working today a little bit. That would be cool. Finally just got out of the area that I was in and just needed to look at something fresh, fish some trees that I haven't fished before. And we got one. We still got 2 hours before I got to check in, so it's not over yet, but we need to make something happen quick.
Bryant Smith weighed 26.15 yesterday, was in second place, and he said right on the stage, he said, I don't know how I'm going to catch one tomorrow. And a lot of times you think anglers are making that up. Obviously, with this just being his first keeper of the day, he was not joking. Speaking of not joking, not telling a lot of jokes this week. Pretty serious and locked in. Matt Robertson, your tournament leader. Who's he got to watch out for other than the obvious Paul Mueller right behind him?
I really like what Kyle Welcher is doing. He's not showing in our top 10. Had a good day yesterday. I like what he's doing. Paul Mueller has certainly had the opportunities to be leading. So got to watch for him.
Anything can happen, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with T.Z., Ronnie, and Such at the studio.
Yes! A glitter! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Hey, our Bassmaster live coverage, second day action of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at the Santee Cooper Lakes continues on all the way till 3 o'clock, which is the unofficial start of weigh-in time. That's when the first flight is done with fishing for today. Very important weigh-in. Got to be in the top 50 today. That's one story. Another good story. At the top of the leaderboard, Matt Robertson, who, well, knocked out the biggest weight on day number 1, and instead of falling as he did last week at Murray, hey, put it right back up there again today. He has got a 6-pound lead, 6 pounds and change, ahead of Paul Mueller, who, had he not lost a couple of fish we saw, Mark Zona, would be right there neck and neck with him right now, I would say.
Paul Mueller with a couple really, really big fish, Tommy. And Tommy, this is hard for me to do. Oh. I am going to disagree with our partner in crime, Davey Height. He said things going really, really well for Matt Robertson, and they are. It's obvious they are, but I'm going to tell you what there's a lack of. It's not like Matt Robertson's getting a ton of bites. Yeah. I mean, besides the 2 big ones this morning, it has been a grinder for him the majority here on day number 2, where I guess what I'm saying is compared to catching 28 pounds yesterday, being done at 11 o'clock, that has not been the case.
Absolutely.
Here's what I'm getting at. You could see him just as easily catching 30 pounds doing this tomorrow as catching 10.
Do you think that's why there's not so many people doing it? Because they try it and the bites are so few and far between that they don't adopt it?
Well, I don't know how many other anglers around him are doing this, but there's definitely several other fishermen down in that section of the lake, which we'll dial in getting into tomorrow and Sunday. But with the way Mueller is fishing, talking about the weather that's going to be coming in Sunday, boy, losing 2 giants is going to be
hard to overcome.
And Tommy, generally, the power pole replay of the day is a celebration. It's a celebration of man. It's a celebration of professional angler. That is not the case today. Paul Mueller, I'm going to let it ride for a second. There's number 1, about a 7-pounder.
Yeah, look at that. Boy.
Look at the size of that thing right there.
We got this one hooked, so.
We absolutely do not have this one hooked, Tommy Sanders.
Drag was too tight.
2 big ones for the Connecticut angler, Paul Mueller. That was a depressing power pole replay of the day.
You know who's not missing their fish? Drew Benton. He's caught about 18 pounds in the last hour, including the Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the day, 7-4. He's over 22 pounds, up from 39th to 5th. Our winner last week.
I don't know, Tommy, I don't know if Such has some sort of wizardry, sorcery right now. Such called. That's one of those sight fishermen, good fire, and that is absolutely what happened.
It's dead on the money right there. Knowing what Drew was able to pull off last week, coming from 10th place on the final day and overcoming a very, very frustrating day before that, where production fell off by 35%. Man. Robertson of Kentucky, if you're just picking up with us, looking to get his first Elite Series victory. 3rd year out here. Paul Mueller has been out here 8 years. He's got 2 Elite Series victories. One from 2019.
Tommy, it's been a more mature Matt Robertson today.
He is.
He really has.
That's right. He's like your party friend who shows up in a suit and will barely look at you.
It's coming though, Z. He said it was going to be a lot more of a toned down Matt Robertson at the Classic too, minding his P's and Q's, and that went out the window on day 1. So I just,
we'll
We'll get Matt Robertson fired up on Championship Sunday or semifinal Saturday, maybe.
He's got two 2-pounders in there, so 2 5-pounders. He's up to near 24 pounds again.
Then we got trouble of another sort.
Yes, we do.
Big runaway. Possibly.
Rookie from Wisconsin, Kyle Norsetter. He has kind of gotten away from that eelgrass deal that he was on to the 6 feet of water yesterday and doing whatever he can to salvage day number 2 here. Santee Cooper Lakes, fishing the Rock Pond area.
Setter from Cottage Grove, Wisconsin.
Fishing here because this is one of the spots where I caught a few good ones and they're just not out on the edges anymore. So I'm guessing they either pulled up or they're just in a lull because of the sun. We had a little bit more sun than I anticipated today. Kind of bummed me out a little bit, but can't let it get you down. You just got to regroup and try to reconnect with everything else.
Interesting backhanded skip right there, Tom Sander.
Yeah, that's
absolutely.
Takes some special skills.
Oh, yeah. Really, the entire story, if you did not tune in earlier today, is really the 2 things that are going on right now on Santee Cooper Lakes. Obviously, look at that nice little crisp milfoil right there. That was pretty cool. But really, cypress trees versus this right here, the eelgrass that has invaded both lakes, Marion and Moultrie. Obviously, we talked about that when we had our Lake Murray event last week. A lot of the local tournaments being won out of that stuff right there. Or will it turn back to cypress trees before the end of this? Really the third most focused on thing that we have seen the first 2 days of this tournament, though obviously we're seeing a little bit of brush pile fishing with guys like Brandon Polinick, guys like Paul Mueller. But story of this event is those cypress trees and that eelgrass right now, and your leader obviously focusing on both of them. Cypress trees early, a little bit of a shad spawn gig going with his swim bait, which we're going to try to dive into what swim bait that is tomorrow.
Okay.
And then transitioning to this eelgrass flat down in Moultrie. That has been the story of this tournament for Matt Robertson.
Didn't say we get them in. I don't see. I'm surprised I just didn't absolutely kill it. I ain't had 2 bites that fast in a long minute. Unreal. 2.
Steve Kennedy, you see there in 7th place.
Almost 20 pounds.
Almost 20 pounds, and he's only got 4 fish.
Yeah, he's got the right size. 5, 12, 5, 6, couple 4, 6s.
Tommy, you might find it interesting. Steve Kennedy, who used Moultrie yesterday afternoon, has lived in Marion, where we saw him start off the tournament yesterday, really staying around that 95 bridge majority of day 2 here, not making the run down to the lower lake.
Come on, baby. We need you. It's not great big, but it'll call. It may be bigger than what I think. Or not. It's a little coal. I mean, it's a little coal. The other ones were big. Let me get you there. Dude. That was... Them other two were big. $2.80. That's pretty good. It's almost a pound. So the one little one that's not tagged is a little one. We need to not miss them other ones. I don't know why they didn't blast the top water.
A little bit of incremental gain for Matt Robertson, extending his lead to 7 pounds and 11 ounces unofficially, according to Bass Track, as we head into the final couple hours, well into the final couple of hours fishing for our first flight. Anglers extending that lead ahead of Paul Mueller, who could be right there, but for a couple of lost big fish we got to see come off. Josh Strassner, Alabama, making a big move on day number 2. Brandon Cobb hanging in there, and Drew Benton, last week's winner, also a big part of the story today.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
The storied Santee Cooper Lakes here, the low country of South Carolina. Lots of life in this place here for sure for the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at the Santee Cooper Lakes. Our hats off to the Clarendon County Chamber of Commerce making it happen for us, and the folks at the John C. Land Fishing Facility. Appreciate all the volunteer work, all the arrangements, everything it takes to put on a big tournament like this. And let's take a look, Mark Zone, at what we have seen so far today with our Yamaha midday report, starting with Kyle Norsetter.
Why don't we do that? Rookie from Wisconsin, focusing on eelgrass, about a football size area of eelgrass, 2 to 8 feet of water on day number 1, catching a giant bag on a spinnerbait. Caught this good one early and kind of, we thought, ooh, it is going to get going. That has not been the case. Taking a look at Kyle Norstetter, is by far his best Elite Series event so far in his very young career.
Yep.
Starting with, unofficially, Tommy, I have him at 3 bass, just under 9 pounds.
Yeah, that's about a third of what he caught yesterday. He had just under 25. Kyle Welcher having a great season, had a great day yesterday.
Yeah, and really looking at Kyle Welcher starting on the bottom end of Lake Moultrie. Shallow, had a couple spawners, then getting offshore in this eelgrass. Said there was little wolf packs of them out in that eelgrass using his forward-facing sonar. But again, one of your anglers that absolutely mauled them on day number 1. Not to a 5 bass limit yet for Kyle Welcher, but very solid start to his Elite Series season this year for Kyle Welcher.
And just barely in the double digits with 10 pounds and change at this point right now, but time for him to change that outlook right there. And Paul Mueller, 2-time winner on the Elite Series.
And really the whole story of this tournament right now, with your top 10 anglers unofficially in the lead, every single angler is fishing in Lake Marion except for the top two. Paul Mueller fishing offshore using a Nico rig today, and boy, you're seeing a dominant performance so far with Matt Robertson, but if Paul Mueller lands the two big ones that he lost, we would either be neck and neck or Paul Mueller would be ahead of Matt Robertson. Definitely two big misses, but a solid day for Paul Mueller right now, sitting on 5 bass, just under 14 pounds.
That's a keeper, but... And Matt Robertson, 28 pounds on day number 1, leading the day 1 just as he did last week at Lake Murray.
Yeah, and he called that a 5-pounder early this morning, fishing on Lake Marion with a swim bait, concentrating on that shad spawn very early, then making his way down to Moultrie, fishing a, call it 2 to 4 foot eelgrass flat, where Matt Robertson said they are coming to me. No doubt they're coming to him. Probably an area they also spawn in those potholes of eelgrass. Topwater bait and a swim bait. Couple small ones in his live well still, so room to grow for Matt Robertson, your unofficial leader. That's your Yamaha midday report.
Robertson of Kentucky looking for his first Elite Series win.
Boy, Tommy, you always talk about moving day here, and I got a couple movers besides Drew Benton from 39th to 5th, Kennedy 27th to 7th. Clifford Perch and Brian Schmidt were 52nd, 53rd. They both got about 17-4 and moved up at a tie for 20th. Bob Downey with 19-10 from 95th to 39th right now. And Jason Christie, 72nd to 27th right now with 18 pounds.
Christie with 18.
Christie just caught a 5-pounder.
Yeah.
Hunter Schreyer just caught a 6-pounder. He's trying to get inside the cut.
Oh, Bob Downey.
That's, yeah. That's...
Note of interest, Jason Christie fishing in that same area as Matty Robertson.
See B.A.S.S little topwater rod.
Movement going down as well. Only about 5 of our top 10 to start today remain in the top 10 as it stands right now, which is not unheard of, especially on day number 2.
We're gonna sling Brian Smith's slow day, and he told us it was
off the bank a little bit.
grimy the majority of day 1. One fish in his live well.
There he is. There he is. He's not huge, but I think he's a keeper. God, I pull so hard. He's not huge, but he's number 2. Two and a half, 2 1/4, something like that. I was just saying, that is the ideal tree right there. Out off the bank, a double tree. 2 is always better than 1. As long as they're isolated and it's got its big old root system. That is the tree I look for. Let's see. And then we throw right into the roots. Perfect. But you can't skip through that. Wow. We're on fire now. 2 fish in like 20 minutes. Where was this today? Pretty much. I thought that was a big one at first when it just went that way. And then I realized it's day 2, not day 1. If it was day 1, that would have been a 5-pounder. It's not over yet. It is not over yet.
those underwater
Any
shots
more
we had.
trees
of
where
these,
that came
these trees are very, very interesting a few minutes ago.
Yeah, Tommy, along with that, with the pictures of those cypress trees and obviously the donut of all the cypress knees around them, combined with that eelgrass, David Brown wrote a great story on Bassmaster.com of the South Carolina's DNR and how they're really managing this lake and letting the vegetation do its thing, where we don't hear that a lot of a lot of places that we go. They like to do a lot. Yeah, they like to make vegetation cry in most places, but very, very impressive, and a hats off to the South Carolina DNR to really work on the environment here on Santee Cooper Lakes. From there, we're going to get back down to Moultrie right now. Paul Mueller live.
Also, don't mean that there's not one buried in it, too. Oh, yeah. I don't know if I spooked that fish or he came down to it, but he reacted. Ain't that big. I don't even know if that fish is going to help or not. I don't know. It might. It's fat, though. I was going to say, well, we're fishing new water. We got to get to, it's the first actually, is that the first drop shot fish? Or I caught one on drop shot. Yeah, I caught one or two. Just fishing new water, finding new places, learning a little bit. Not the size we are looking for, but it has been a slow, steady process of just trying to figure out. That may actually be bigger than that one. Just make sure I'm sure he's every bit. It's fatter, yeah, he's almost 16. I got one in there that's 16. I didn't weigh any of them, so I mean, other than that one's 2. That one I got is a 2, right? Yeah. We'll balance beam him if I have to. Put him on this side. Just check them. I'm gonna transfer. Let's see, I'll just put him in here. Well, that's a good sign, because I promise you this, if there's a 2-pounder on a spot, there's a bigger one too. Wherever there's fish, there's a bass is a bass. I think that's not going to help any.
Well, Paul has a little over half of what he caught yesterday, so I have to get a couple more big ones to get in line with day 1 weights.
Well, and it has been painful for Mark Menendez up in the upper end of Lake Marion. One 2-pounder in his live well, might not even weigh 2.
I don't know if it's the clouds or why they're missing the top one.
Brandon Cobb just filled his limit with a 2 1/4. He's a little bit over 17 pounds, but he's in second place. Past Paul Mueller.
Kind of should have known better that it was a small one, because it shot after it like. But if you think about it, right, we haven't seen many like that. 'Cause I would have caught more. They're just not. There's not that many of them, and there's big ones. But it's It's not a numbers deal, and that's probably why you don't hear anything about it, you know? When you do all your research and stuff, you never hear about anybody doing anything out here. You just fish trees or sight fish, you know? But I'm like, I didn't fish a lot of trees out here, but I'm like, they ain't on them trees here. Because there's not a lot of trees and they're real shallow. Now, there's some places where there's deeper water and vegetation, like in that hatchery. I didn't spend time in there because you only got 3 days of practice, but I'm sure somebody's in there catching fish. But them fish live in there.
Oh.
They don't have to go anywhere. Sit in there and eat bluegill.
How right he is.
Yeah.
Cobb upgraded again. He's within 6.5 pounds of Robertson with 40 even. He's 19 on the day, had 21 yesterday in 11th.
Ouch.
Mueller has downsized the last few minutes. 20 or 30 minutes, I should say. See how that works for him. Still got Matt Robertson, healthy lead on top, 6.5 pounds, as you mentioned, Such. Brandon Cobb, dangerous guy out here. I got to rank him among one of the biggest threats to what Matt Robertson is putting together the better part of 2 days in on this tournament right here. Paul Mueller, Josh Strassner, big moves today. Ditto for Drew Benton. Luke Palmer and Steve Kennedy, early big fish in the boat. Drew Cook hanging in there in the top 10, and Brandon Polinick back in the top 10.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Day 2 action continues here. AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at the Santee Cooper Lakes. If you're free now for the weekend, you can spend some time with us. Find your favorite. Go to Bass Track on Bassmaster.com, and there's going to be a big moment of reckoning here. Oh, big lizards roaming the earth here in this part of the country. Squirrel! And we're going to take you all the way up to weigh-in time here. We got about an hour and 15 minutes fishing time. And Ronnie Moore, take it over.
I wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm over at the Dakota Lithium Screen and Knowledge because today isn't just day 2 at Santee Cooper. It's a special day in our feeder system, the Bassmaster Open season. Today is the first official practice day for the next Bassmaster Open up at Bugs Island in Virginia, May 3rd through the 5th next week. You might wonder what those dates are. We have the official practice moved up a day. It's today through Tuesday because the event starts Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of next week. And the Opens this year, we talked about it, the Bassmaster Opens and the EQ points race, the Elite Qualifier, the path to make the Bassmaster Elite Series. It is full of anglers from across the country. 175 signed up for all 9 Bassmaster Opens. All 9 is how you make the Elite Series, but winning an event still gets you a bid to the Bassmaster Classic, even if you're just signed up for one division. Justin Barnes and Ben Milliken, through 2 events so far this year, are our 2 champions, and they are both right now on pace to make the Bassmaster Classic. Justin fishing just Division 1, which was Eufaula, Wheeler, and the Harris Chain. As long as he shows up in May to Wheeler and October to the Harris Chain, he'll be good to go. Meanwhile, Ben Milliken winning at Toledo Bend. I believe the Ozarks and Lake Eufaula in Oklahoma are a part of that division. As soon as he wraps those 2 up later in the season, he'll also be Classic qualified officially as well. So those are our 2 winners so far. And through 2 events, let's just say it is a dogfight at the top of our Opens EQ points race. The top 9 spots are going to the Bassmaster Elite Series as long as they do not duplicate from someone who's already in the Elite Series. And I only say that because Kenta Kimura is in the top 10. He's fishing everything B.A.S.S, it seems, and he is doing very well on both the Elites and the Opens. But looking at the points race, Ben Milliken, Brett Cannon, both tied at the top. They have 396 out of 400 possible points. That's because Ben got a 5th and a 1st. Meanwhile, Brett Cannon got 2 third-place finishes. And you think they might have a big lead? No, John Garrett's got 2 fourth-place finishes. He's only 2 points behind those guys. You have Matt Henry in 4th, Trey McKinney, an 18-year-old from Illinois, Trevor McKinney's cousin. Jacob Bigelow, Wesley Gore, and Keith Tuma. That's the top 8. Josh Bragg in 9th place right there. So there's your 9 qualifiers unofficially right now if it were to lock in. But we are only 2 events, Z, through a 9-event season. Bugs Island up next in Virginia.
Good to see Milliken win again. Ronnie, say Milliken again 3 times really fast. Go.
Milliken again, Milliken again, Milliken again.
That was actually really impressive. Well done.
I
actually have been practicing
Are they catching
that.
them at Kerr Lake now? Or is it,
it's not going to be the highest weight event, so people were going to try to compare it to the Eufaula's and the Toledo Bends that we've already seen this season. There should be quite a few good bags. I'd say the difference in like 11 pounds a day and 12.5 pounds a day, maybe 40 or 50 spot. Like it could get really tight, and so those points are going to be really crucial. Yeah. The fact that 7 anglers, the top 7 in points, have gotten a top 20 in both the first 2 opens speaks volumes to how good they start their season.
Mark Menendez hooked up here. He's only got 1 so far.
That might help. Be a 14-incher, I think he is, but I sure hope he is. Golly, boy. This one I was getting ready to call ugly names on this place. Yeah, we're there. Another 1.5 pounder. Well, how about that?
Tell Mark Menendez fighting to stay in that cut for today going into semifinal Saturday. And Tommy, full disclosure, we don't mess with our Bassmaster Live viewers. I need to apologize. I felt like I brought a lot of energy earlier today, but I did after our broadcast. I was at the draft last night in Kansas City with Mike McKinnis and drove all the way home. To do Bassmaster Live. I know.
You must have walked in the door and sat down and started going.
801. Strapped in.
Nothing like being at the draft, right? It's like nothing like watching it on TV.
McKinnis came unhinged when Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce walked out before the draft.
To watch it on TV.
It's Bass. Here we go.
It was just a bad decision.
Think of it. Think of the viewers. Think of the fans.
Not a big one, but I think he'll help. Or maybe not. I don't know. He looked big he looked better when he jumped. Crazy how you go from one spot to another. And like this one had, he might not even help. This one had, oh man, look at that one. He's all. See, and again, I mean, they get a little bit of skin. That's why I lost that other one. That just happened to find the right spot. Depending on how they eat it. There's a bunch in there too. I don't even want to waste the time calling. He may actually help though. Yeah, he's gonna help. Not by much, I don't think. He's 2 1/4. I need to not waste my time with this. This one's sickly looking though. Almost, that other one's almost better. If he's 2 1/4, I'm gonna just, this one looks healthier. But I think that other one's actually bigger. Oh, dude, I gotta throw back in there. Yeah, he's not. That one's bigger for sure. We got this spot and the next spot. And then maybe something new if we have time. Dude, they race to it. Of course you catch the little one. Like a swarm of hornets. It's first place I think I've seen multiple fish other than that one pile. They had 2 big ones. He's just taking a short ride, hopefully. He's going to be replaced with something big over here.
Tommy, Mueller's had plenty of shots on goal compared to most anglers. The number of fish are not,
his,
you know, the
his
hook
numbers
sets.
are advanced from everyone else's. For
The
sure.
only thing that stinks is that he's dumped the 2 fish that make the most difference as Santee Cooper. 2-pounders don't make as much of a difference as a 6 or a 7. And
no, he's got it in reverse for sure. Oh, Mueller, one of the early adopters of all this sonar-based technology that we're seeing right now. Oh, and Matt Robertson hooked up.
Giant. Not a giant, but it'll get rid of that 2-pounder. Maybe not. What is the deal with the little ones? They look big out there, don't they? Do they not look big? Like if it had come off, I'd have swore it was 4. We got a 2.5. I don't think that's 2.5. What is the deal with these? Maybe I ain't missing big ones. Maybe I'm missing 2-pounders. Come out of there, buddy. I really thought that was 4-pounder. Drag slippage. Whatever. We're getting bit now. That's what matters. We're getting bit.
So Z, since you were at the draft, you were chirping me a little bit about my Cardinals. So now that the whole night has ended and you saw them trade back from 3 to 12 and then go back to 6 and get their player plus picks, do you think overall the moves were solid if we were going to get him at 3 anyways? If that's the player we wanted at 3, get some picks and move back?
Wait. Who are you talking? What are we talking here?
The Cardinals in the draft last night. I said you were critical
I wasn't
of
paying
it at the
attention to
time.
that. I was. Look, it was a poor life decision going to the draft number 1. Okay, I admit it. I was only focused on the Bears, and I think Tommy, we talked about it yesterday. Where does Jalen Carter go? And the Bears had an opportunity to take him, passed on him, and let the Eagles move up and grab him. And it's going to prove one of 2 things. Ryan Poles, GM for the Bears, is either going to be a genius or it'll be another catastrophic Patrick Mahomes-like error in the first round for the Chicago Bears.
Well, let's hope not.
Hey, they got an O-lineman from the SEC.
They did.
You know.
Now, where does your decision to go
now.
all the way up there for the draft? I mean, where does that rank with your other lifestyle decision of being part of that conga line down Rush Street in Chicago once the Aaron Rodgers story was all settled out like that?
Yes, and Tommy, if you actually remember, back 13 years ago, I went to a Motley Crue concert the night before a Bassmaster studio with you, and that was again not a very good life
3
decision.
for 3 on the shaky ones. Yeah.
And Tommy, it seemed like at the concert, they were playing Wild Side. I'm like, dude, this is a great idea. Not so much.
Not the next day. Not in retrospect.
No.
Where we were right, where we were wrong.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Best to keep those in mind.
Eric Lopez, one of our favorite co-workers from Bassmaster, always on site at the tournaments. He feels genius move. Huge Chicago Bears fan. Actually, Eric was at the draft with McInnes and I last night, too. Just got back to the venue in Santee.
Wow. That's a long drive. That's a haul.
That was absolutely.
Like the ones, I didn't have a lot of success on the ones just on a giant flat, but we're gonna keep grinding away. Hopefully we can come up with two maybe even 3 more bites. That would be pretty crazy. There's one right there. Get in the boat. That'll work. That will work. 2 more bites. It has been painful today, but finally getting a few bites here and there. Not the biggest fish in the world, definitely not what we had yesterday, but I am happy to have them.
A little bit of a comeback here for Bryant Smith.
Yeah, it was a long time,
Needed.
no fish.
Imagine being second place last week and not having a fish for almost the whole. You would drop to 90th. This week, he only has 2, and he's in 18th place. That third one will get him even higher in the standings.
Yeah, he had fallen about 30th, I believe, and this one could get him in the top 10.
Wow.
He doesn't need to be in there today, but.
Well, he is having a rookie season, that is for sure. The angler from Roseville, California. They're sort of down below all those Sierra bass fishing lakes.
Got to protect that 26-pound bag like we were talking about, Tommy.
That's right, yeah.
Make it to the weekend,
So you
sustain
can-
it, and hope, magic happens again.
We're finding out how far a weight like that will take you through this tournament as we continue to get closer and closer to the end of fishing time here on day number 2. 1 hour's time left, including travel time for the anglers in the first flight. Of course, the weigh-in festivities start around 3 o'clock. Matt Robertson still on top. We're going away for just a moment, and we'll come right back.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota.
104 guys, the best in the business in bass fishing, and there's a couple of very important milestones that happen during each one of our 9 regular season events at the Bassmaster Elite Series 2023, and one of them is making the cut on day number 2. That means money, that means you get paid, that means you get valuable points which help your career. And boy, making that 50 cut is so important. Let's get out on the lake. Mark Zona right now.
Why don't we do that, Tommy? Head on the northern end of Lake Mary, and Mark Menendez scratching to hang in that top 50 cut. Very slow day. 2 small keeper fish in his live well.
He was down about 39th. That one he put in about 15, 20 minutes ago really helped. Got him up above 35th, at least at that time.
A little bit scratchy service. We're going to roll this fish catch, though. Not a big one, but everyone will count for Mark Menendez. Only one angler above that 95 bridge, except for Steve Kennedy, who's been around the bridge the majority of the day, but only one angler up on the northern end of Marion in the top 12 right now. And there's probably a solid 10 anglers fishing up in the stump hole. So it has not been a player this week, and certainly not today.
That one really helps Mark Menendez campaign after being in the top 6 to start the day and having a slow time of it to get safely back inside that cut line.
Wow, Bob Downey just culled over 20 pounds. 20 pounds, 2 ounces. Say it, Z.
That's what happens when you say, yeah.
From 95th to 40th. Bob Downey. Brandon Card-esque. Remember his big climb from 95th?
Yes, I do.
Hunter Shryock just caught his 4th fish. He's 38th with almost 14 pounds.
I gotta figure out something here. Figure out something. I'm gonna throw a big worm in there. Never know. Tried it yesterday, it didn't work. Today is a new day. I had one that really followed it hard yesterday. These fish are smart though, dude. Never know. It is a good way to get a big fish to bite. And I see a couple. Oh, I see a couple. Like I said, I think I'm just educating them with that jerkbait. Just pulling them off of it. Or I got the wrong jerkbait, one or the other, but we ain't gonna. By the time you find the right one, they're gonna. You already messed it up. First impression's always the best.
Tommy, I had no idea Paul Mueller had a bait caster in the boat. Like, we just never get to see him fish with him, so I'm just happy to see 2 different techniques now he's throwing with it. He's got a couple bait casters.
He has been committed to what he's doing today, that's for sure. Had a 5th place finish. St. Lawrence River, Clayton, New York last year. Got close to the century mark. Jay secured. Second place at Neely Henry the year before that.
Yeah, that was the one that, man, you think how tight that event was for, do or die. Anybody could have faltered, anybody could have risen up. On the final day of one of those events, when you catch a 7-pounder, that is almost your time. And somehow he didn't win that. Yeah. He fished great. He didn't lose them all day or anything. He caught a big one.
He was solid.
It's crazy. Looking at someone we'll have on camera tomorrow, Brandon Cobb being our Angler of the Year leader right now. We've seen him go on those hot stretches. Most of the time it incorporates a victory. But right now this season he's gotten a 3rd at Okeechobee, a 20th at Seminole, an 8th at the Classic, which doesn't count for points, but still momentum. 6th last week at Murray, not far from home. And now he's going unofficially 2nd place going into tomorrow at this point in the day. That is a fantastic 5-event stretch to start out a season of just fishing well, different techniques and almost a top 10 in all of them.
Big Magnum.
Did an article with him before the season. He was kind of excited to get to some shallow water fisheries.
Well, he is.
Yeah, and
he is struck.
I've spent a lot of time with Brandon, and boy, if he can get the wheels on the bus for smallmouth fishing, he's going to be a big problem the rest of the season. But that's kind of always one of those smallmouth venues always tends to haunt him a bit.
If another top 5 pops up, another top 7 pops up this week for Brandon Cobb, he would eclipse $100,000 for the year without a win, which is just stacking a lot of good finishes.
Yeah. It's impressive.
I meant to mention that I felt bad for Hunter Shryack getting victory snatched from his hands by Drew Benton's big comeback. That's his biggest check ever in B.A.S.S. That's $35,000 for 2nd place.
Yeah, and it's his 4th top 3 that he's had. 3 of them coming in the opens, though, so not a bad way to have.
It's best elite finish ever,
Very elite finish. B.
How about this guy trying to make the cut? Larry Nixon was 62nd yesterday. He's right next to Bob Downey in 41st with a little over 13 pounds today.
You just find a way to say it, aren't you? You're just looking for it, Such.
Looking for what?
Yeah, and you said he's 62nd, and you buried the lead. He only had 2 bass yesterday for almost 13 pounds.
Yeah.
Light him up, Ron.
I mean, if you're going to bring the facts, bring the facts. The facts matter.
Get after the general. Looking forward to having Larry in the top 10. It'll probably happen sooner rather
The
than
worst
later.
thing I could do is catch that fish. They were all fighting over it. And dude, I mean, let the small one, the mangy one, let him bite. They get smart, man. These fish get fished for plenty, you can tell, because there's not as many of them here as there was. They kind of like, there's one that just gets on the very top of the tallest part of that tree, and he just likes to sit there, and he's driving me nuts. Nope, I didn't even follow it down. Those ospreys are cool, but boy, they are annoying. They are annoying, man. Are we still live or no? I could say it, it'll be funny. It's not that bad. It's like, it'd be a good ringtone. Like, I need a ring, like not a ringtone, but if somebody calls you don't want to talk to them, instead of it ringing, it just That's what I want to hear right now. I got fish I can't catch, and I hear that. Just little things that grind the gears that we just figured I'd have to share with the audience. I get one to bite right off the bat, then they just shut down, throw everything at the kitchen sink at them. And actually, there hadn't been any fish in that brush pile. I marked it. I didn't even know it was there. I marked it yesterday. I said, I'm gonna go check it. We started on it, there's fish in it. They have been just out here. So every day is different. And there may be a big one just out here somewhere. Tons of stumps. No shortage of stumps here. All it takes is one that's a little bit taller, a little bit wider, on the right depth. But like my two bigger ones I caught today weren't relating to anything. They were just cruising along. So that's what's challenging, man. You don't know how much water you got to cover on some of these areas, and we had a decent day as far as the bites we generated, just didn't put them in a boat. And I'm due for at least one more before it's said and done, so. There's a bunch of little stuff here. I don't know what this is.
Boy, there's a few head scratchers in the bottom 30.
Seems like
look at guys like Corey
these fish were in the
Johnston.
brush. The other spot, there was one in the brush.
One bass, 2.5 pounds. Greg Hackney, 3 fish, 5.5 pounds. Guys that have done really well on Santee Cooper in the past.
Got Swindle Windlet right there in the 70s.
Oy.
Walters.
Yeah. 77th. As a 50 cut goes, the 3 above right now, as it stands at this moment. Wes Logan, Greg DePalma,
seeing like small, not bait, but
Wes Logan's trying to overcome a delay today. Had some mechanical issues, and he had got to leave for his official takeoff and start fishing a little later than everyone else, and so losing a little time, and would love to make the cut back-to-back events here in South Carolina.
I think they're harder to catch
2.
out of the
Let me
brush,
throw you one more, Tommy.
Yeah.
Brian New,
yeah,
2-pounder.
That's
one
that, I don't
2-pounder.
That is just, can't get my head around that. We will be in the boat with 10 anglers all day tomorrow and on Championship Sunday. Did not get to see many of our, with a few exceptions, not many of our sight fishermen in action today. And if there was much action for the sight fishermen today, we'll find out more tomorrow for sure. Matt Robertson, though, hanging on top. Caught him steady all day, and he's got a couple of really good ones. Brandon Cobb, a giant. Biggest fish of the day so far. Luke Palmer, Paul Mueller, Josh Strassner of Alabama, Drew Benton in there, Steve Kennedy, as far as I know, still with 4 fish.
4 fish.
Drew Cook and the rest. Got more to come. Not a whole lot of fishing left, though.
Yes! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Getting closer and closer to the end of the day, getting out there to Mark Menendez, his last win with the Elite Series back in 2009. Had a plan, showed up with a smaller boat, got through a culvert adjacent to Lake Dardanelle and hid out there for 4 days and came back with the win.
Boy, that riled a few other competitors up when
some
it
feathers were ruffled, I must say.
Fairly important little keeper right here. It's a good fish for Mark Menendez.
Well, okay.
He is in one of the sketchiest parts of the lake on Marion right now for cell service. Getting what we can.
And we'll take it right now. It's just solidifying his spot inside the cut. That's going to be a big help right there. He's pretty much got that work done.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Fourth keeper.
Tommy, can we pull the curtain back for the Bassmaster Live viewers? This is long before, I believe, long before Ronnie and before Such was on the production side with us. That was the tournament where there was a canceled day. I think it was day 2.
Yeah. Yeah. I think so.
And it's back when you and I were on location, and Zell Rowland came up and lit me up like a Christmas tree, blaming me for canceling the day. And if you remember, tell everybody what I did, Tommy.
Yeah, you sent him over to me. You sent him over to me, and he does the same dressing down to me. This was the tournament after they'd canceled that day before. He was still a little hot about that, and I think we're at Wheeler Lake. We were at Wheeler, and you deflected.
I did.
Yeah, it wasn't Z's fault. Tommy was the one who told him to cancel.
Sure, yeah. I'm always the guy they look for to thumbs up or thumbs down.
Could be
he was burning a dart in a hotel parking lot and came up to me and lit me up. I said, Bud, that's Tommy Sanders that canceled the day, not me, dog.
It's like walking around in circles after they're what in the what? I'm the last person they'll ask whether they cancel a day or not. Our 2 rookies kind of not quite performing as they did on day number 1. Got a little time though.
Couple more minutes, then we're gonna head back. Get a little bit closer. Right there.
Bite it. Bite it. Oh, you're in there. Be that way. Stubborn fish today. Stubborn, stubborn.
It has been do or die here at Santee Cooper. The fact that guys like Bryant Smith can have 3 or 4 inconsequential sized bass and still be in our top 10 and in contention for a camera tomorrow shows how tough it's been throughout the field at Santee Cooper, relying on a big bite. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and kind of looking at this, this is the last hour or so before we officially cut half of our field out of competition. The top 50 will compete on Saturday. We'll cut it once again and make the top 10 compete on Championship Sunday. Looking at some of those names, we talked about in Arizona just a few minutes ago. Some guys that you probably relied on in their home state or a place that they've done well before, or it suits their style. You save them for the one pick you get for them for Bassmaster Mercury Drain the Lake. So you're going to use Patrick Walters on his home lake, Santee Cooper, right? Well, he is in 77th right now on Bass Track, very, very much so in jeopardy of missing the cut. Greg Hackney, like you mentioned, 84th. Lee Livesey, 91st place right now on Bass Track. Brian New had a good day yesterday, 17 plus pounds, I believe 18 pounds, and was up inside the top 30 or so. 63rd right now after just one bass today. Gerald Swindle, 74th. There's a couple big names that definitely were maybe preseason favorites for Santee Cooper and definitely pre-tournament favorites percentage-wise. A lot of people invest in some picks in these guys, and they will be left on the outside looking in. And in Mercury Drain the Lake, if you set your lineup, remember, you use an angler once, you lose them for the rest of the year. You want to make sure when you use them that it's probably on a top 10 and you don't use them on a week that they miss the cut, especially those guys. Those guys have a shot on goal for a win or a top 10 a lot more frequently than others. You don't want to pick them in their bad week. So there's a couple guys who have some work to be done if they may want to make the top 50 and fish tomorrow.
Yeah, no doubt.
Absolutely. Looking at that danger zone of anglers not in the cut right now. That really kind of shows this is one of the, even though you're seeing some great weights at the top, this is one of the tougher ones we've seen since the Classic.
We almost need to kind of treat it more so like the fall event than the spawning event a year ago, because even though it's just a month removed, it's just, it is so reliant on a big bite. The fact that someone can have a limit for 9 pounds and, hey, I did my job today, I survived, I caught 5, you know, that's a deal.
How many times at the weigh-in yesterday did you hear post-spawn funk?
Well,
a lot of guys said that.
I didn't count. Just a few times. Well, one thing that the last year's tournament and the 2020 tournament have in common is they have nothing in common with this tournament.
Yeah, that's very fair. Accurately put.
Any weight that was given to either of those two tournaments making your plan for here didn't work out, I have to think.
That's what's scary as well, is that the winning weight for this one could still surpass Murray last week.
Oh yeah, it's a different story up in the
but how the
higher
cut weight's
echelons,
going to be, the cut weight's going to
amongst
get
the riches.
dog walked compared to it,
Yeah, and really the other thing that you're also obviously seeing today is you may have caught a giant bag yesterday. That does not mean it's going to be easy to catch 5 bass. You're looking at Kyle Welcher, our 2 rookies that are on camera today, and Mark Menendez that have brutally struggled to put 5 bass in their live well.
Mm-hmm.
How about the cut weight? Justin Hamner is 50th right now with a little more than 24 pounds. And then there's a few surprise guys who are not on Bass track, like Brad Wiley just came in with 17 pounds. He's in 28th place, knocked out Wes Logan to 51st, but there'll be more of that happening.
It's like day 2 is going to be a minus, not a +1 or minus something.
Yeah. One thing that's also interesting is we have had 138 different opportunities to be on camera this year. You know, we have 32 per elite event, you know, 6, 6, 10, 10.
Yeah.
And then you have 30 for the Classic. So 138 slots so far this year, and we've had 55 different anglers represented. That just shows you how many guys have been on camera one day and dropped back out and did not make it the next day. How many times we haven't had, you know, there were events last year where we had 8 of the 10 after day 1 stayed in the top 10, and we had just a few shuffle. This time we've had more than 50% each day shuffle out of our coverage.
I promise you, I throw a jerk
even
bait
with
through
going
these,
to 10 on the
and they come
weekends.
right out of it.
It's been
Just through this drop shot through
sharing
this
the
deal,
love on camera,
throw
it
this
seems.
jerk bait through it, and they'll come right out of it to look at it.
Luke Palmer just cut the lead on Matt Robertson. He's got
Big one behind
20 pounds, 12 ounces on the day with a 4.3. Second place, 4.10 back.
4.3 you just caught?
He caught a 4.3.
We had a couple of good catches after 3 o'clock yesterday, too. Something to bear in mind.
Oh, my goodness. Brian Smith had several.
Yeah.
Holonick, Strassner.
You can't even make that up.
If it was, I'd be moving a lot faster.
They get to biting, dude. When will that be? I don't know. It sure don't seem like right now. Just had a big one follow it. You just gotta hope you throw that drop shot and one of them kind of reacts or something. Big worm, they don't do the same thing. They'll follow it, won't eat it, which I think is nuts. This is exactly like a Bass Pro fish tank, where they sitting there and the bass barely moves, and he's. That's what they're doing right there, just sitting in that tree. Yeah, I was gonna say, somebody hadn't told them the shiner bus is here. We don't have shiners, but we got a nice little pink worm that I heard is good. Try to take a bite of it. Dude, I mean the first cast, and he looked like he maybe wanted to eat it. First cast of the jerkbait, he come right out of it. And that's not the only one that's in there.
Carl Welcher, 13th place at Okeechobee to start the season, 15th at Seminole, and 18th last week at Murray. That's a strong start to the year, and he's fallen for now outside the top 10, but he will have no problem jumping into the cut today.
He's still on 4 fish.
Yeah.
Less than 2 pounds out of the top 10. When Kennedy is at 19 pounds, 14 ounces on Bass Track with 4 fish. Brian Smith at 4 fish.
Who was the last one? After Kennedy, who else had 4? Did you?
Oh, Brian Smith had 3.
Oh, 3, yeah. The rookies with 3 as it stands right now. Matt Robertson, though, the man on top. Luke Palmer, He's also got Brandon Cobb in pursuit, the #1 performer, consistent across 3 and a fraction tournaments so far this year. Paul Mueller in there has fallen down to 4th place. He spent most of his day up in 2nd place. Strassner, Benton, Steve Kennedy, as you mentioned, with 4 fish, Drew Cook, Brian Smith. And we will be back, getting closer and closer to the weigh-in.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Exactly 15 minutes of fishing time, including travel time, whichever you're engaged in at this point. If you're a member of the First Flight Anglers, you're on day #2 of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at the Santee Cooper Lakes. Remember, the day's so important, you got to be in the top 50 to be able to fish on Saturday and have a shot at Championship Sunday here at the legendary Santee Cooper Lakes.
Tommy, are you a little surprised Matt Robertson has not made a big call this afternoon?
I am a little bit, sir. He's got 10 pounds less than what he had yesterday.
And here's the best way to look at it.
Yeah.
Really, he caught that one big one on Marion early this morning on that shad spawn deal on those isolated Main Lake cypress trees. And really, down there in Moultrie, he only caught one good fish today.
Yeah, if he gets goes that much lower again tomorrow, someone else is going to be on top, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
One more time.
Yeah.
TGIF, round 2 and 3 of the NFL draft day. Power pole replay of the day. We're going to give it to this guy right here, getting it done. Was not a pretty day, but definitely started off right. Swim bait on a cypress tree early this morning, backing it up with a couple good fish on a topwater bait down in Moultrie. Time to put your big boy pants on and pull your boots up. Definitely, I don't know.
I don't know.
It is
maybe so.
Exactly. Seeing what we can do. Matt Robertson in the driver's seat going into semifinal Saturday. Power pole replay of the day. Lil Matty Robertson.
That's a big one. Had 2 top 5 finishes last year at Wahey, Chickamauga. Looking for his highest finish ever here. There's your runner-up from last year's Classic 2022, Kyle Welcher, Lake Hartwell, here in South Carolina. Kyle says his favorite lake to fish is Harding Lake on the Chattahoochee.
Ooh, is that between West Point and Seminole?
No, I think it's above West Point, isn't it?
Above West Point.
I think.
It is, Ronnie, you nailed it. It is amazing. Brian Smith unofficially still in the top 10 after the day he has had. It has, oof.
And you've got those guys who caught 3 to 8 pounds yesterday that seemingly can't do enough to catch back up. Like they're going to have to catch over 21 to just counteract a low day just to try to make the cut if it stayed at 14 a day. It's a hard place to be consistent, but man, you'd much rather have a day 2 struggle after day 1 success than trying to make it up.
Well, what do you think? What do you think Paul Mueller's going to think at the weigh-in today after losing those 2 big ones, looking at the weights?
Yeah.
Woo. Hello.
Yeah, going to be disappointed.
Man, and lost them in a very high percentage. landing rate.
Might be one of those deals where he's running back to weigh in, questioning his pattern and what he needs to switch up. And when he gets there, he's like, well, I was actually, if I'm only 5-6 pounds back, I was around that all day. That's the only place I know I could be around it.
Do you all reckon he has a plan B?
He talked about it.
Did he? Okay.
Which he has, which I thought one thing that was really odd looking at the last few years with Paul Mueller, it's been ugly, to say the least, and said he wasn't going to show all his cards. Well, you need to show your cards right now. Really do.
Be a good time.
Taking a look at.
Oh my gosh, dude.
A 7-pounder earlier today. Ugh.
That was where his worm was double rigged on the hook tip.
Oh, he popped off. Drag was too tight.
Boy, and you do not see many lost fish on a Nico rig. The one thing you do, and a lot of our viewers know this, though, this time of year, fish get done spawning. A lot of their tissue very, very soft compared to pre-spawn fish when the water's colder. Boy, those are two really critical bass.
Well, most of our cameras we are losing now as anglers are headed back in, or now are already back in anticipation of the weigh-in, which starts right here on Bassmaster.com right after 3 o'clock. Welcome back to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. And guys, we'll go around the horn here. Start with you, Mark Zona. I mean, how do you think Robertson's chances look for tomorrow based on what we've seen today? 10 pounds less than yesterday.
I really, we said this coming back from our midday break, Tommy. I think that morning gig that he has going on Marion, he's going to need that to play, no doubt, because you really look at, obviously, he mauled him and climbed on him yesterday. But we've talked about this today. It's almost like he has got to get one bite on Marion on that shad spawn deal like we saw today. That was much more than a 5-pound fish that he started his morning with. So he's going to have to make that early morning gig work. Just the other side of it is, Tommy, that he doesn't have a lot of room in Moultrie where he's fishing at right now. There's a lot of other competitors in there. You got Jason Christie in there, Gussie, Carl's in that same area. You see Zaldane kind of in and out. So there's going to be pressure in there. Again, it looks like on Saturday. So that morning, that first hour for Matt Robertson, I think is going to kind of be the key to him winning or not.
Ronnie, did anyone out there that you observed today seem to learn anything through the course of the day, seem to have any kind of breakthroughs as far as maybe I've found a pathway, maybe I've found a way to get ahead?
Well, I think one big key here is that there are anglers who have had success in the past, maybe a different time of the year, whether it was the fall event or it was last year's March event. But there's just some anglers that jive with a certain body of water. And looking at the top 10, Luke Palmer, Drew, Benton and Cook, all three of those are in the top 10. Steve Kennedy, even with 4 fish today. I'm really interested to see what a couple of those guys are doing if they end up changing. We know what Benton, we know what Cook did yesterday, we know what Kennedy did, but somebody like a Luke Palmer, the success he found last year, which was not predicated on sight fishing, he was catching them shallow flipping, not sight fishing. I want to see if he's doing some of that same program, maybe off to himself and utilizing the trees in a different technique than we've seen other guys fish trees with. So we'll see a couple of those guys in the top 10.
Now, Such, we've really been dealing with a slice, just the top slice of the full field today. Now, in your opinion, as you look at the numbers, how much have they gone down from day number one?
Well, looking at the cut, we just looked a minute ago, it's 24, and, you know, when it was 14.7 at 50th place on day one, now it's 24 right now. It'll go up a little bit, but it's usually you double that to 28 and add or subtract, and it's going to be subtract. It's going to be down today. But Mr. Steve Kennedy just called up to 21 pounds, 14 ounces
did
in
get his
4th
fifth,
place.
good.
Yeah,
Fourth
they got
place.
number 5.
Watch out.
And
Watch
then
out, Steve
several other
Kennedy.
guys.
Watch out for Brandon Cobb. Luke Ballmer, 4th place here last year. He's got some pursuers, has Matt Robertson. We take a look at what we have seen today. Kyle Welcher. Yep, there we go. Also, our 2 rookies. There's
Been kind of cool to get to know our rookies. Kyle Norsetter, Bryant Smith, a little bit today. Tough day for those guys, but sure to see them again. There's old gnarly corn, old post spawner right there. Paul Mueller.
a rough spawn, as Paul Mueller said. Yeah, that fish had been through the ringer.
To think we are 4 events into the Bassmaster Elite Series season. We've already had Bryant Smith, Will Davis, Kyoya Fujita, Joey Cifuentes, Cooper Gallant, Logan Latuso, Kyle Norsetter. All of those are rookies, and we've already had them on camera this year. Waiting to see David Gaston for the first time. That might be tomorrow or this weekend. So we've already had about 8 or 9 of our 12 Elite Series rookies on camera.
Hey,
yeah, that's good. That's good.
Tommy, tell me about how dripping hot that Yeti hot seat's going to be yet again today.
Steamy, sultry. Heat. Oh, sultry. You could hardly breathe, I think, when you're on that thing right there. And I think on top of that hot seat, we're going to have a Matt Robertson. Hey, the weigh-in starts shortly after all our Flight 1 guys are in, and they are pretty much in or on their way right now.
There it is.
There it is, the Yeti hot seat. Oh, sultry and very, very uncomfortable.
Tommy, I'm flying back down to Kansas City.
Oh,
no, about 45.
Don't do it.
Bud.
Don't do it.
I
Stay
am.
in town. Stay in town. Save your best for tomorrow.
Poor life decisions. Poor life decisions. It's what I'm made for.
Be back in time. Be here at 8 o'clock a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Mark Zona and everyone else. That's when we get started on FS1 and the rest of the coverage of the day right here on Bassmaster.com.